Jim, we're picking up action on match ball here, dude.
Picking up action on match ball. Hi, everybody. Jim Stevens and Mark Torres with you as we get things underway here on a Friday afternoon in Dallas, Texas. The 2025 Tornado World Series. And we've got Costa of Portugal on the left side. We've got Mincheva of Bulgaria on the right. The timeout here, it's two
over.
games apiece.
Is it over?
Nope, it's 2 games apiece. We're heading to game number 5, Mark.
How can you tell that?
There's 4 games that last game.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Yeah.
See, that's why
Costa
you're here,
had a
dude.
chance to win that 4th game, but was unable to put it away. And Mincheva was able to pick up that 4th game victory to send it to game number 5. So, just kind of getting off an airplane about an hour and a half ago, and coming here, of course, to this great World Series event hosted by the Texas State Championships and Mr. Steve Murray himself. But great to be back out on tour, and great to be working with you, Mark Torres, on a foosball tournament. You and I, of course, go back 20 years and more working these events. And, of course, last year we had such a good time here at the Westin Hotel in Dallas and covering that World Series event. And certainly looking forward to a great weekend here.
Look, this is what we know, Jim.
Yeah.
You're the greatest foosball commentator, icon of administering a
entire
sport
house.
in your entire house. What I am good at is mediocrity devolving into madness.
You know what? I'm a person who really appreciates consistency. And you are consistently mediocre.
Yes.
Which I really appreciate.
And I have fun with it.
Yeah.
And I laugh at myself, and I like self-deprecating, and I get berated by my daughters all the time. So let's just not trigger that.
So let's talk about the format here, Mark, and I'm sure you're more familiar with it than I am.
I am not.
Multi-table format.
Yep.
One of these players has chosen the Garlando. One of these players has chosen the Bonzini as their home table. And here we are in game number 5. And now are we going to go 2 balls back
not
and
yet.
forth?
So it's 3 out of 5, and then if it goes tied, if match ball's tied, then I think they're going to go overtime to infinity.
All right, here we go. 5th game underway. This is Costa.
So it gives, I think, if that's correct, that gives a big advantage to whoever wins the coin flip.
Yes, and that's why I'm questioning exactly what you are saying.
Well, Jim, why even wonder at this point?
Just simply accept the fact that you're wrong.
If they switch after 2 balls, then we know that I had no idea what I was talking about.
This is Mincheva.
She's a rockin', this young lady from Bulgaria, crushing the ball.
You know, it's great to see the Eastern European countries and what they can do. Bulgaria, of course. And they have produced some great players over the years. Portugal as well. And on the scoreboard first here in game number 5. And again, it's 1 ball here, and then you go 2 on Bonzini, and then back for 2 on Garlando. And that's what makes this format so interesting, Mark.
Yeah, like for people that aren't used to multi-table spectating, it's really fun. Like, there's all this minutia that you don't really think about when you're just a Tornado fan.
And it is very difficult. We've talked about this now. This was 19 years ago since the first big multi-table event that I covered back in 2006 in Hamburg, Germany. But it's so difficult to go from one table to the next, especially in a 5th game situation like this, where it's literally ball to ball. They played 1 ball on Garlando, then immediately back over here to Bonzini. And you've got to play on a table that is completely different. The Garlando and Bonzini could not be more different as far as playing logistics, playing surfaces, weight of the men. The men on the Bonzini table, of course, very heavy.
I'm incredibly impressed by these athletes that can swap tables and maintain a high-level performance from table to table. Every couple of balls.
Yeah, it's remarkable. And I was talking with Alan Cribbs, who was here. Just ran into him a few minutes ago, a man who ran the Bonzini scene here in the United States for many years. He was the coach of the 2006 United States team that competed in Hamburg, Germany. And back then, there was a lot of unfamiliarity when it came to playing multiple tables. And so really you would play on your home table, and then you'd get on the opponent's home table, which may be Bonzini, Garlando, whatever, and maybe you'd shoot a push shot, something you could just put a shot on goal. That one's stubbed back into the goal. Watch this, the squeeze, the stub, the score, the own goal. It is 2-0. And a steal here, I believe, for the Bulgarian. I'm going to assume the Bulgarian. Generally, Eastern Europe is playing on Garlando. When it comes to Western Europe, France, Portugal is a Bonzini country. So it's Costa whose home table is the Bonzini. Mincheva, her home table is the Garlando. But back then in 2006, Mark, it was very difficult. Very few players were able to go from one style of table to another. Literally, you had to just sort of hope to get the ball, hope to put something on goal. But now here we are, now 19 years later, and there are many great multi-table players who can make that transition easily and can be competitive on each of the different table styles. Quick shot here by Costa, sent back the other way by Mincheva, and picked up again here by Costa.
We were talking earlier about how it gives the advantage to the international players who play in some ways because they're playing a lot of multi-table play. So when you get used to it, the American players, they might be great on Tornado. They'll be pretty good. Well, Tony, who's overseas now, is playing on all these tables, who won his World Series or his gold final berth by winning on Leonhardt.
Yeah.
That's spectacular.
And he's a two-time world champion on Leonhardt.
Right.
And of course, talking about the best multi-table players, the American Billy Pappas also would have to be considered a great multi-table player. It's now 3-0. And Costa now on the opponent's table, trying to stay alive.
And you might be able to tell immediately a level of discomfort going back and forth for Costa.
And it's match point.
Crushing that ball.
Mincheva now with a match point, not match point. It's 5th game. She's up 4-0 in what has been a very good match up till now. But again, it is crucial, and you saw it after she scored the first goal on that Bonzini table. She knew how big that was. To be able to steal one individual goal in the 5th game against your opponent on their table is such a big deal. This is great, Mark. Last year, of course, working this event, we did not have multi-table foosball. Now this year, in this event, certainly we do. And in my opinion, of course, having experienced a lot of it overseas, and I love multi-table foosball. I think it's fantastic.
It adds an element of fun and competitiveness and a unique thing you don't get to see when you just see one table around.
Chance to put it away here for Mincheva, and she cannot do so as it hops up into the air and off the table. Costa. Using that left hand, working it to the 5. And you do see that most of the players these days who play international multi-table foosball have some experience on the other tables. Again, hearkening back to 2006 when really very few players, very few Americans had ever played on a Garlando table going over to Hamburg, Germany that year. Very few German players had played on a Tornado. It's just the nature of the game back then and how that has changed now in about 20 years. Remains 4-0 here in the 5th. Jim Stevens kind of loosening up the old vocal cords. It's been a while. It's been 1 year since I worked an event. And Mark Torres, of course. Mark's vocal cords are always warmed up.
It's been 1 year since I've worked an event, Jim.
There we go.
We're like one.
What's wrong with these people?
I probably have a ceiling at one these days, man. One's probably like my max.
Well, we get the best of you, that's for sure.
Is that what you think? Let's keep going with that.
4-0 lead here for Mincheva.
So we're narrowing it down, right? This is a quarterfinal. I think the semifinals are set on the men's side of the bracket.
Banked off the outside wall, hops it into the air and off the table. So Costa will put the ball back into play.
Steve Murray taking a picture of Jim and me.
The great Steve Murray.
I'm behind the table, and I sucked in my gut for that picture. Because I think it make my face thinner.
Is it because it was a picture or because it was Steve taking a picture? Costa needs goals. Swings and misses here. Again, you can see there a little unfamiliarity with the table.
We know this is match ball, though, for Mincheva. Mincheva puts this one away, and it's match over, and she's on to the semifinals.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking about Mr. Steve Murray, and it's something don't tell him, but I want to at some point, because you know I host a few of these ceremonies here. At some point, I really want to focus in on Steve.
Yeah.
There's some things that I'm not sure everybody realizes.
You know,
about
here's the
Mr.
thing
Murray.
I love Steve, about Steve. He'll cry no matter what.
Yeah.
So what I want to do is I want you to get some crayons and a piece of paper,
Okay.
and I want you to draw him something, and then we'll frame it. And I just want to see him cry over this. You know,
Just some picture of
Yeah.
some random picture
Trees.
that we use.
trees in the sun.
Trees. He will.
He's
Still 4-0. We're on the Garlando table right now. It's 4-0 in favor of Mincheva.
And I want you to tell him, look, we were at Denny's, so we got a menu, and I thought of you, and so I got the crayons. But there's only 3 colors. But
He'll be crying by then.
He will be out of it.
Costa still looking to get on the scoreboard here in this 5th game. And she does. So she's able to steal one here on Garlando.
I want you to recognize the comments in here, Jim. It's great to hear Jim's voice. Good to hear you again, Jim. No one says anything about me.
I saw your name on there somewhere.
dude, everyone misses you, dude. They can still be.
And that one fired
There you
in,
go.
and there it is. So in 5 games, Mincheva outlasts Costa to advance to the semifinals.
Let's look at that bracket. Let's bring that bracket up. I got that bracket here. Who is? I know Sully's got to be in the final, right? In the semifinal. Let's see here. No, we got it working, but maybe we might still. That chord may still improve us. I don't know. We'll see if you guys are listening.
Yeah.
Let us know if there's some static. You guys, if there's some static, we want to try a new chord. So it looks like
I don't think it said, it's great to hear your voice, Jim, even with the static. I don't think I saw that on there.
All right, look at this shape. Let's talk about the women for a second. The semifinal. You want to pronounce those names for me, sir?
Yeah, sure, of course.
And the countries too.
A couple of Germans going to face off in one of them. It's Shamila Nader versus, of course, the great Mila Tran, who is probably the favorite in this, along with Sullivan Rue of America and Veronica Mincheva. So it's Veronica.
Yes.
All right.
All right. That's the semifinal on the women's side.
Where are you finding that at, by the way?
It's not easy. You actually need a degree in web browsing to find that bracket.
Okay.
I'll send you a link. But here's the men. You want to pronounce some more names, Jim?
I love to pronounce names.
These might be a little
What are
easier
there?
for you.
Well, in the men's, we've got Tony Spreiteman, of course, will go up against Johan Siko, and Tommy Orr versus Shimon Varush. All right.
We didn't get to see Tommy beat Stefan Bermetler. That was on another table.
Okay.
Tony had to beat the young man Ahmed Aswan from Saudi Arabia, who took Tony to the heat.
No kidding.
But Tony put him. That guy was an animal. He's an animal.
I'm sure he has a foosball table in his palace.
Yeah. Whoa, dude.
Come up and say hi to me.
Oh, the audio there, Jim. The audio there is bad. Let me Jim. Hold on, dude. You're unmuted. We're back. What? That's replays.
Looking in on replays here of that last match. And this was a match that went right down to the 5th game. And oftentimes that's what you're going to see in multi-table foosball, because generally, Mark, you're going to hold on your table and then hope to steal on the opponent's table, and you kind of have to. And we saw that happen in that 5th game for Veronica.
Yeah, we didn't watch the entire 5th game because we were preoccupied with some technical stuff, but we were assuming that Costa dominated on Bonzini, or won on Bonzini. But when it came down to a 2-2, and this is part of the challenge, right? Can you play 2 points on one table and acclimate to 2 points on the other table?
That's right.
And maintain a certain level of performance. She got dismantled that last. She was down 4.
She did.
Was 5-0.
And the problem was not holding on her own table.
Yeah.
And And that's always the issue. And again, it can come down to one ball. Simply one ball is all you really need to steal in that 5th game. As we look at those replays, and we're going to have action for you tonight, right up until probably around 10 or 11 o'clock Central Time here in the United States. Those of you watching in Europe, it's going to be a long night. But we will be back at it early tomorrow in a more comfortable time zone for you.
I want to see. I'm gonna get a broad shot because I wonder if we could just take a quick look at Mylin Tran.
Yeah, I think we're all anticipating that Mylin Tran Sullivan Rue final, which odds on is what we're going to see. Not necessarily, but those are maybe the 2 best lady players in the world.
Okay, that camera angle's not working right now. We're trying to get the.
Right. Mark, should we take a 10-minute break and then come back for our next match?
Let's do that. Let's try to get the. We'll leave this view up for now. It'll be the. Because this view right here is.
Oh, that is a pretty view, isn't it? Folks at home seeing
it's a pretty view if it was moving. It'd be prettier if it was moving. Yeah, maybe did we not do? Maybe you got try that out. I'm gonna mute this for a second, Jim. Oh, there you go. So you think? Let me take a look. We're muted now. No, he's. What can I do for you, sir?
Sorry, I don't speak English, but I try. Sorry. Just to the semi-final.
Yeah.
It's okay. And to make the announcement, two semi-final on zone area final.
The microphone was down there. Microphone?
No microphone. Just on the desk tournament.
Okay. There was a microphone. It was underneath, and Justin had it. The podium was there. Justin, but
Michael, what time? As you want. Go now. It's okay. Yes. Thanks.
Jim Stevens, Mark Torres with you at the 2025 Tornado World Series. And of course, it's Friday here, Mark, which means it is the ITSF Gold Finals. And talk a little bit about what this event is about, what it means, and give the viewers a little bit of a background on what the Gold Finals actually is.
It's actually spectacular. It took a year of qualifying for people to earn their spot. 12 singles competitors from around the world, and some of those ways you earn that spot was by winning a World Series singles event.
Okay.
Other ways were by finishing first in points and rankings. There are various ways to earn your spot, and I'm not sure. I wish I knew more about how Miss Mincheva here, who's now in the semifinals, won her spot. I don't know what she did to earn her spot, but we know Sullivan Rue won the Tornado World Series championship last year in women's singles.
Yeah.
She earned her spot on the bracket. There were 12 competitors. There were qualifying rounds, 5 rounds of qualifying, and 4 were eliminated, giving us the final 8. And we've gone from 8 to 4. And so
basically the top 4 would have received, I think, buys in a 16-team bracket. And then now here we are down to the final 4. And we're going to have one of the semifinals for you coming up here in finals area number 1.
It's a fully sponsored. Everyone here is sponsored. All their travel. They're playing for gold. They're playing for actual gold. The winners
Actual real gold.
Faloro is the sponsor, is a gold company.
Wow. And gold is gold, no matter what currency or it represents.
Well, what I did, Jim, is I brought my smelter.
You
And
did?
I can make coins. And so what I'm going to do is make coins for
How are you going to
the
get a hold
winner.
of that gold, though?
They're going to hand it to me after the match is
So we've
over.
actually got both semifinals about to take place here in the finals area. We're going to have one of them for you in finals area number 1. It's going to be the number 2 seed, Sullivan Rue of the United States, going up against Veronika Mincheva of Bulgaria. She is the number 6 seed. Over on finals area number 2, we're going to call it. We've got the number 1 seed, Jamila Nader from Germany, going up against fellow countrywoman, the great Mylan Tran, who is the number 4 seed here. And I'm not sure how they came up with those seeds. I assume if you won a World Championship Series, maybe you would be that number 1 seed. Although,
Well, if I listen,
points, I guess points as well.
first of all, I'm going to get an apologist for you because
Yeah.
we asked you about 2 weeks ago to join us here, and you were so gracious to come. But normally you'd be very well studying all the format and all the detail. I should know more, but I never know anything.
Yeah, you do
So
never
I
know
don't know
anything. So
anything.
anything we get from you is a bonus.
It
And-
is
and
made
so
up.
far
It's probably made up.
A lot of it is.
But the point, I think they came in. I think the 12 came in actually unseeded, and the qualifying created the seeds. I think.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
probably what
Yeah.
it is. You're right. So thanks for clarifying that.
That's all made up as well.
No, that rings true.
Okay,
I think you hit on something there accidentally.
super cool, man.
So we're going to have that number 2 seed of Sullivan Rue going up against the number 6 seed Veronika Mincheva. First time we've had a chance to see Veronika out of Bulgaria.
And what's going to be fun is seeing Sullivan on Garlando. You got some expectations. So one of these things that's true about multi-table events is you should dominate on your home table
Yep.
and try to steal on the competitor
That's right.
table.
It is 5 games. We'll start on Tornado in the first game, Garlando in the second, Tornado in the third, Garlando in the fourth, and in that 5th game, really, the first ball you play on one table, then the next 2 on the other table, back and forth for 2, until one of the players wins by 2 goals. There you see the great Sullivan Rue over there on the left side in the pink shirt, already legendary at the young age of, what is she, 22?
Can you see? I mean, you could hear it from here easily.
Yeah.
Can you see that stroke? It's just like she's been shooting that thing since birth, and it's just gotten more and more unconscious and more seamless in the transition from movement to lateral speed to stroke.
And now it's innate. Now it's
Yeah.
just artistic. Now it's
Yeah.
just part of her. And again, 21, 22 years old, been playing the game since she was 2 or 3 years old. We all remember when she was born back in the early 2000s.
Crazy.
With her parents, Terry and Keisha. And how many, I mean, she's certainly done the 10,000 hours, probably done more like 30,000 hours even at that young age.
Absolutely. So we're seeing something now. Terry Rue's over there helping balance the table out. He's
Yeah.
maybe we could do this for a second, Jim. Let's just take a look
Switch
at
to
the
that.
view.
Yeah. Oh, look at that, folks. Is that not a preview of the finals area here at the 2025 Tornado World Series here at the Westin Hotel at DFW Airport? Hosted by the great Steve Burry and company. And this is kind of the first time, Mark. Of course, last year it was all World Series. This year it's sort of Texas State Championships hosting the World Series.
Yeah, they did some things to appeal to those that were really, really comfortable with the Texas State format. So they did a great hybrid where they're bringing in
Yeah.
the new novel way of Swiss and the events that come with the ITSF, and also something to ingratiate themselves to the long-term Texas, competitors that have been coming to this tournament
You
for
see
decades.
over there on the right side of the screen, that's Mylan Tran on the right side in that dark blue shirt going up against Jamila Nader. And again, I haven't been out on tour a whole lot over the last couple of years, but I'm seeing some new faces, including both Nader and Mincheva, who I'm not
Yeah.
familiar with either of them. And I had a pretty good feel for European table soccer for a number of years, having worked, I think, 40-plus events internationally. But
You
it's
got-
great to see the young blood.
On that table, in that semifinal match, you got 2 Germans. The home table is Lienhardt, so there's only one table there.
Yeah.
They're not switching tables, so it's 3 out of 5. That young lady, first of all, she's 6'3" or something, and she plays every bit of it. She has all the incredible leverage. She just crushes the ball. Great lateral speed, great
Jamila,
power.
yeah. And
She's
she was the
awesome.
#1 seed coming out of qualifying, so that'll tell you something right there.
Right.
So we're looking at a future star.
Are they started over there? We better get to our table.
Not yet. They're getting close, though.
Not yet. We're looking at the eliminations. This popped up on our screen, and we love our French, our French engineering team, and so we'll try to decrypt this if we can. Or you can create your own narrative.
So you can see there that Sully has run 4 out of 6 matches, apparently in qualifying and maybe also into eliminations. I don't know. We'll get accustomed to this.
Yeah, you go rewind. You have the great advantage of rewinding if you want to freeze some of those frames, kind of telling the story of how they got here. I think we're just about to get rolling here. Here are the judges, Thomas
Here we go.
Haas, and the other judge is Judge. We'll just call him Judge.
All right, there you see Mincheva on the right, Rue on the left, opening up things on the tornado table. And it seems like every European player these days has a feel for the tornado, has competed on it. And you see that left hook opening up this first ball by Mincheva. She's on the scoreboard first here in game number 1. 1 game here.
Ooh.
Coming back with another game in that second game on Garlando.
So I did a podcast with Sullivan right before this event, and it was about what to expect in the singles event. She's never played Mincheva. Ooh, crushed that
That
one.
one fired in. It's 1-1 here in game number 1.
And here's the interesting thing: if you're overseas, you could find video of Sullivan.
Yeah.
So you could get some reads, you could get some things, you could just anticipate some stuff. If there's not much on Mincheva, it's an absolute advantage.
And from goal now, Sully on the scoreboard. She's up 2-1 here in game number 1. And she is able to slide that point back beautifully.
What?
Well, the replay was only her moving the goal marker over. Another chance here for Sullivan Rue. We'll set up that push shot. Long shot attempt here, blocked and taken away by Veronica. To 1 lead here in the first game. Best 3 games out of 5. It's a semifinal in the ITSF Gold Finals. And again, as Mark talked about earlier, players win actual gold. And I was thinking about that, Mark. I mean, for a lot of these players, the international players, if they have a big bag of gold, how does that get through
In
security?
Texas?
Yeah. And it's now 3-1.
We see the great Brandon Moreland, who's just come into the
Yeah.
room. Texas legend.
Future Hall of Famer. 3-1 lead early on for Rue, who gave up that early goal in this first game to Mincheva, but has come back with 3 in a row. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what Sully can do on the Garlando table.
Me too. I'm excited to see it. Now she has all these tables at home, but
Yep.
she's kind of resigned to playing her dad and maybe Isabel and maybe Brandon. I don't know, the locals. Completely different ball of wax when you get someone who hits their home table.
Nice smooth wall pass on that near side, completed by Rue. Sully again. Tried to come down the middle, Mincheva with the block. And you would think, as you said, Mark, Veronica has
Ooh.
Oh, beautiful. Banked off that outside wall. And
She's
even
heavy.
she's a bit surprised by it as she hammered that three-quarter home.
Now, she meant it, but she was just happy and excited that it went through. I think she totally crushed that intentionally.
Back comes Sully. And
Ooh.
she fires that one
She
home to make it
recoiled,
4-2.
She recoiled.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to beat Sullivan Rue on the tornado table, no question about it. No one chipped through and then
Ooh.
sent immediately in with that little push kick. Watch this, the pass and the shot down the middle.
Open-handed push kick, right?
It's 4-3 here
Call
in
the
game
timeout.
number 1.
So there is a phenomenon that I was watching Ahmed Aswan play Tony Spreadman. And what I'm talking about is if you're an American and you're playing solely, she might immediately have a psychological advantage over you because she's dominant and you know who she is. But you don't see the same reciprocation of fear with it. You don't see this. You don't. Oh, sorry, right here. Let me get this back. Fear gives you a point. If you're playing Tony, if you're
Oh, what a great save by Rue, somehow keeping that inside bank out of the goal. It remains 4-3.
let me try to organize that to a thought. Basically, Mincheva doesn't seem like she's afraid of Sully at all, and it matters. It matters because you don't get that extra advantage against Sully.
And the timeout called here. No, Mincheva looks like she's having fun out there, just doing her thing, staying within herself, and that's really what you got to do. You know, ideally, it really doesn't matter who you play. There's that outside bank, beautifully executed.
Yeah, she's just having fun out there, man.
Having a good time, and that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
But Sully didn't
Recoils.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Came back with that one. And she'll now put it back into play with a chance to close out game number 1. Sullivan Rue setting it up, tried to bring it down the middle, taken away by Mincheva. Quick shot attempt. Rue with a block, and again, Veronica with possession. And again, the pressure right now, there is no pressure on Veronica Mincheva, none at all. It's all on Sully. She's got a hold on her home table.
Correct.
That one put back into play with the help of referee Thomas Haas. That shot just wide of the goal. Sully almost knocking it back into her own goal. Is able to retrieve it. Here's Rue. Quick shot, that pull kick on goal. Mincheva with a rebound.
Oh, the pin series.
Yeah, the front pin from goal, always a little bit dangerous to do on Tornado. Very few players ever have had success using that. But it's a default for most
nice
European
shot.
players. That one sent towards the goal, kept out by Mincheva, sent down the middle, then on goal with a 5 by Veronica. Back comes Sully. That one's going to triple in. It's 1-0.
Here we head over to Garlando, and we get to see. And you can't forget, right? It's not her home table. Tornado's not the table she's used to. So now we're going to go to Garlando. We get to see, is she going to dominate Rue the way Rue dominated her on Tornado?
Well, you know, Sullivan Rue is a great multi-table player. And again, you mentioned it before, her father, Terry. In fact, I was just talking to Terry not 15 minutes ago, and he said he finally got a Roberto Sport table to complete his collection. So they've got it all. She is able to practice on those. Not to say she's the favorite in this Garlando game, but certainly pretty experienced, and we should see a pretty good product as a result of that. Again, there's that outside bank, the smile for the crowd.
Where she's fortunate is that Garlando doesn't translate super poorly to Tornado. It's not like Bonzini. So there is like a relative experience, right?
There
Would you
are
say
some.
that?
Yeah, if you're shooting a snake shot or a push shot in her situation, I think yes. 5 rows very different.
So brushing versus the tic-tac?
It's very different. If you've ever played on a Garlando table with that kind of banked sidewall, it can be a challenge to play on. For me, it was always the most difficult table to play on of the 5.
Even Bonzini?
Even Bonzini. Heck, world's fastest foosball shot came on
Oh my God!
Bonzini, buddy.
There was an over/under on how long it would take for you to bring that up. Also, I'm not going to say
First
it now.
match.
I'm not going to say it now. But there's another over/under when you're going to bring it up.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
Oh, it's coming. There's been photos lately online about it. Well, I haven't heard 1990 yet out of your mouth.
Dude,
so.
it's my name. It's my signature. The
Jim Stevens
19
and Mark Torres having a good time on a Friday, opening day for us at least, here at the 2025 Tornado World Series. Lots of action to come. 3 more days after this, Mark.
Yeah, we're just getting rolling, man. Saturday, Sunday, we're just trying to dial stuff in with some consistency. Make sure something here.
But Sully all business there. You can see her. What's going on here is she's checking again, she's making sure that table is level. And the issue is, and we've seen this over the years, starting way back in the early to mid 2000s, these tables are brought in, they're moved out. They could be level in another part of the room, and then they bring them in here and it's not as level. And so that's always kind of a challenge. And if you're a Tornado player, and maybe it's not as important on the other tables, who the roll is a little looser, so to speak, but on a Tornado table, a table of such precision, you want that thing perfectly level. All right, moving over to Garlando with Sullivan Root leading 1-0. And again, some of the characteristics of the Garlando table. It is a very good pin table. The men are very narrow, kind of lightweight. The side strip on each side of the table is kind of angled up at maybe, what is that, not 45 degrees, but maybe 30-something degrees. So that ball comes off the wall very easily, but it also makes it difficult to execute a good wall pass, although the top Garlando players certainly can do that. So we talked about the great Billy Pappas, the American, a little bit earlier. I had a chance back in the early 2010s in Salzburg, Austria, to watch Billy Pappas win the Garlando World Championship in singles.
Who do you play in the final?
Kevin Hunsdorfer.
Okay, you'd expect that.
Yeah, Hunsdorfer, maybe the greatest Garlando player ever.
His claim to fame, he's a 2-time World Cup singles champion. He won it really young. It's like 17 or 18, right? And didn't he beat Federico in one of those events?
In Garlando, he did. He beat him in the winner's bracket. Fred came back and beat him in the losers. And there you see Mincheva quickly on the scoreboard as she takes her time. Cut that one back.
Brutal.
But into the goal. And another thing about the Garlando table, the goal is very large, as you can see. Very wide goal. All right, let's see what Sully does here. She's going to shoot a pull shot. Fire that one on goal. Blocked by Veronica. Mincheva able to pick it up. Send it with a left hand up the table. There she is to grab it with the right hand on the 3-rod. 1-0 lead here in game number 2 for Veronica Mincheva of Bulgaria. Shot attempt rattles back the other way. Kept out by Veronica. Picked up nicely on the 5. Trying to brush it through. Taken away here by Rue. Sully leading 1-0 through the lane again.
Trying to see how certain things translate from Sully's game. I haven't seen her play Garlando yet. With like her tic-tac.
I have not either.
How does it translate? How does she shooting a pull
shot?
Take
that back. I have seen her play it, but it's been a number of years. And the thing about Garlando, you have to be so careful, I guess is the word, with the ball. Because it's just, because of the narrowness, I guess, of the man's foot, it's easy to get away from you. It's also not a great table. It's not an easy table to shoot a push kick on. I had a chance back in 2006 to play on the United States team at the Garlando World Series in Tulln, Austria, as Sully now on the scoreboard to make it 1-1. And on that team, I had the opportunity to play with Todd Lafredo, Terry Moore, Billy Pappas.
Amazing.
Yeah. I think we took 4th, but it was Garlando. Todd did win that weekend. That one sent up the table with the left hand, as you could see, by Veronica Mincheva to make it 2-1.
What did Todd win?
Todd won open doubles
with Fred.
With Fred.
Oh gosh.
But Terry Moore won expert singles.
Oh, very cool. How funny is that?
That one sent into the goal by Sully to tie it at 2, and you can see Sullivan Roof looking fairly comfortable. I think that's also see Mincheva there as that ball came off the wall. And Veronica tried to bring it down the middle, blocked, sent back the other way with the 5-row by Mincheva and Rue. The other thing here, and this is what Billy Pappas, and there it is, up the table and in for Rue. And this is why Billy Pappas won that World Series or that World Championship event when he did. Because he scored 3 from goal every single game.
Right.
Because you can. The holes are big. If you've got a good pull shot back there, and Billy does, you're going to crush it, and there is Mincheva to tie it up at 3 in a game that she must have.
I wish Terry Moore, are you in the chat? So every once in a while, Terry Moore shows up in the oddest of places. But like, if Terry Moore was in the chat, I'd love to hear where that expert singles win ranks in your junior wins. He might be one of his top 10, right? Because by then he's already been winning as a world champion and tour champion for 10 years, right?
Oh yeah, one of the greatest players of all time on the American tour. No
Terry
doubt.
Moore, the question for you, sir, is where does the expert singles Garlando win rank
and
in your?
Sully able to Tried to put that pull shot in. It was blocked. Rebound stabbed towards the goal by Rue, and then picked up here by Mencheva, who sends it up the table with the left hand. But you see that transition game of Rue keeping it out. Sully taking some time. And again, you can score from goal on the Garlando table. If you've got a good pull shot, a good push shot, you are going to score, and she does so here. It's game point.
She could steal. She could steal on her home table. It's a big deal.
Going back to the Tornado table, down 2-0 would not be good for Veronica Mencheva, but she comes back with that pull shot from goal. It's 4-4. Sent down the middle beautifully through that high lane by Rue, who's got a chance to take a 2-0 lead from pole shot position. That shot attempt taken away by Mencheva.
It's kind of a spray.
The other thing about the Garlando table is, again, showing that transition game. Much like Bonzini, the holes on a pole shot are really big. That split hole, you could literally sit there and shoot splits all day long, and you're going to make probably 75% of them. Yeah. Sully able to grab it on the three. She'll step away and call timeout.
She's taking that deep breath. If you could have seen her, but you did see her, she knows the gravity of winning this point right here. It's a big, big, gigantic deal. Now, she's been shooting spray longs with her pull shot. It hasn't been a deep long. The split's there. You just, does she have, you got to have
split.
Yes, you got to have confidence
to execute it quickly.
Under pressure.
Yep. All right, here we go. Let's see what she does as she sets up the pull shot. And strokes it home, and there it is. It's 2-0 as she steals one on the second game by firing it down the middle.
Is it just me or that split the net?
That was a split.
Yeah. It was a long split. I don't know if she meant it. I think she meant to go long. But hey, it was there.
Yeah. So heading back over to Tornado, and Veronica Mencheva now finds herself down 2-0 to maybe the best lady, not maybe, to the best lady Tornado player in the world in Sullivan Rue. And Sully with a chance to reach the finals with a win here in this game. Trying to look over there at table or zone number 2 to see what's going on.
Nader won the first game versus Smiling Tran. Nader, sorry.
Yep, she's up 1-0.
She's a 1-0, and now 3-2 Mylin Tran.
German table soccer is just so competitive.
Yeah, it's wild.
Mylin is the best player in Germany for several years, but then someone else comes along, and it's just so competitive. Right now, Mylin leading 3-2 in the second game of that other semifinal. About to get game number 3 underway here. This will be on the Tornado table as we look at the highlights from that second game. And Sullivan Rue always, because she is such a practiced player on every table, she's always putting the pressure on the opponent. Always putting shots on goal. Always playing high percentage foosball. All right, this is a must win for Veronica Mencheva of Bulgaria if she wants to stay alive in the ITSF Gold Finals event. What's the prize money look like in this thing, Mark? Do you know?
5,000 gold bits. I don't know, man. I gotta look at the
bits.
That's not even a word, dude. Just why ask me anything? The problem is I'll answer.
I know you will. I was just curious to see where you go with it. Quick shot here by Mencheva. Watch this. She picks it up, goes into that pull kick, puts it on goal and in goal to make it 1-0 here in game 3. But a break here for Rue as she's able to bounce that one in with a 5 to make it 1-1.
I'm going to find out what the money is like in a second.
One sent towards the goal. Sully always so dangerous from every rod, and there she is from that 2 rod. It's 2-1.
Here we go. First place. 5,000 euros.
You were right.
I said gold bits.
5,000 euros. You said gold bits. All right.
3,000 for second, 1,500 for third, 1,000 for fourth. 5th through 8th gets 500.
And that's in gold. And so you keep that, and that becomes more over the years potentially. And that one's sent in with a 5 by Mencheva.
She's scrappy, man. Mencheva is scrappy and fun to watch.
And you have to be. And she's up 3-2. We were in game 3 on the Tornado.
Whoa. Starching.
That went up the table and in. It's now 4-2. So Mencheva needing to win this Tornado game is up by 2. See if she can put away that 5th point, because you know that Sully's still got a little bit left in her here in this game. But if Mincheva can pull this one out, we head back to her home table, the Garlando, with a chance to even the match up and potentially take it down to that exciting 5th game. And I love that 5th game format.
Oh, what a what an almost grab.
She just keeps coming at you. Again, scrapping is what you kind of have to do oftentimes when you have some unfamiliarity with the table or are going up against the best on that table.
What a
And
break.
picked up here on the 3. Veronica Mincheva now with a chance to send this one to a 4th game. And if you're Sullivan Rue, you've got to be careful not to kind of fall into the trap of playing up-tempo, of trying to out-scrap the opponent.
Yeah.
Stay with what you're doing. Play that rod-to-rod game. Control the tempo if you can. But she has got caught up into it just a little bit here. Another pickup here on the 3 by Mincheva.
So we've seen a quick pull kick, a quick open hand. There it is.
And
Yeah.
Veronica Mincheva able to steal game number 3 on the Tornado table with that one. And we are headed to game number 4 with Sullivan Rue now leading 2-1.
She's dangerous. She just walked by us smiling ear to ear. She's having fun. And she's totally unpredictable. You just see she tried to do a wrist. There was one wrist pull kick. She whiffed another wrist pull kick, but she was going to crush that one. Yeah. That was an open-handed split push Euro, right?
Just put stuff on goal and be aggressive. And yeah, this kind of player has no fear. There's no pressure on her. She's just out there doing her thing, having fun.
Seeing a quick recap here.
Sullivan Rue wins the first 2 games of this semifinal.
Okay, it looks like it's
Meanwhile, Jamila Nader leading 2-0 over Mylan Tran. Wow.
Yeah, that could be an upset, I think.
Well, she's the #1 seed, so is it really an upset? Although she's going up against multiple world champion and World Cup champion in Tran.
And pro singles tornado champion.
Yeah.
Well, I hope for you at home that are only exposed to tornado and American foosball, you're getting a kick out of seeing people from other countries on their tables, their skills, and the stress and the competitiveness and the performance that we get to witness
in this kind of exciting format. Here we go, 4th game underway. Sullivan Rue puts it into play, pass attempt blocked, and then stabbed into the goal by Sully. It's 1-0. And the quick shot here, taken away by Sully. Shot attempt blocked by Mincheva.
For Sully, the split is there. You just have to believe in it. You got to believe in the split's there. You got blocked along again.
And then stabbed in on that loose ball by Rue. So after losing a game on her home table, Sullivan Rue has come out to get the first 2 goals of game number 4 on the opposing players' table. Mincheva needs this one. She sets it up. That shot attempt does not execute it. Is fortunate to get it back and will reset. Try to come near side. There's Sully to block that corner and take it away. So Sullivan Rue reasserting herself here. Leading 2-0. Rue won the first game 5-3, then stole the second game 5-4 on the Garlando table, but Mincheva came back to win game number 3 5-2. Here we are in the 4th game with Rue leading 2-0. That one sent on goal by Rue. Yeah, you get the sense, I think, that Veronica Mincheva has gotten as far as she has this weekend because of her scrappiness. You know, she's very quick on the table, sort of reminiscent a little bit of the great Cindy Head. And rod to rod,
just good analogy.
Send everything towards the goal. And
that whole thing reminds me of Cindy Head now, all of it. Just like very unpredictable at the end of the day. Singles game, he's all like fast and hit stuff hard.
Now Rue put a shot on goal. Minsheva will have possession on her 2-row and will call timeout. Winner of this match will advance to the final to face either Jamila Nader or Mylin Tran of Germany. Right now, Tran looking like she's going to get back in that match, down 2-0, but leading 4-0 in the third game. And it's now 3-0 in favor of Rue, as this shot attempt stuffed back into the goal by Sully.
Great defensive stand.
Rue has really stepped it up here in this fourth game after losing game 3 on her home table. She's got a 3-0 lead, has possession of the ball, and will call timeout.
I always get this Krause mixed up with Mark Krause, the real Krause in Vienna.
Ah, of course. Hey, Krause.
So yeah,
One thing about Krause, he always has a smile on his face, and such a good dude.
that's the hallmark.
Bernard.
It's the hallmark of someone feeling joy or a serial killer.
Yeah, well, that's true too.
So, just so you know.
There we go. Ball put back into place and towards the goal, then slammed in by Rue. It is match point for Sullivan Rue. It's come out with a big time effort here in this fourth game on the Garlando table, leading 4-0. Minsheva able to find a goal to the far side to make it 4-1, but it remains match point for Rue. It is now 2-1 in the other match. Nader leading Tran.
And it's over.
And that is it. So Sullivan Rue, the number 2 seed here in this ITSF Gold Finals event, has advanced to the finals in 4 games as she defeats Veronika Minsheva 3-1 and closes it out on Veronika's home table to advance to the final. And now we'll see what happens in that other match as Mylin Tran has started to get back into it, now trailing just 2-1.
We should do this here. And we can turn the camera toward it, or we can't turn the camera toward the.
So you want to put the camera on the monitor?
Yeah, why not? There you go.
Well, you kind of see what's going on. I'm not
It's
sure where the zoom is on it. If you want to
the
jump
very
up,
front, the very front is the zoom. The zoom is the ring. Yeah. Oh, that's focus. There's zoom.
I kind of like that. Does that kind of work?
That's fun. That's
Kind
cool.
of see both.
This
Of
is
course, what
bonus
you're
coverage.
What you're seeing on the camera is opposite, as you can see on the monitor. Mylin is on the left, and in reality, she's on the right. That's kind of a neat shot.
So we got a
It's
2
1-0, 6 in a row.
Yeah, 2-1 Nader over Tran, and 1-0 Tran here in the fourth game.
First chance to see Jamila Nader, and she is able to find the back of the goal here. So she breaks a string of 6 goals in a row from Mylin Tran.
Have you ever seen the movie Pitch Perfect 2?
Oh yeah, of course. I've seen both.
You know Das Sound Machine?
I think
the,
so.
The German acapella.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, I
that
mean,
her?
right there. Remember, there's a scene where, what's her name, Kendrick,
Mm-hmm.
is like, why are you guys all so tall and beautiful and so
Well,
great at singing?
Anna Kendrick's like 4'11", right?
Yeah,
Like
but
your height.
that doesn't work, Jim. It's not going to work.
That's Franco Lupacella, the official for this match.
Lewis Waterman. Yeah, why not? Let's just go, bro.
All right, like that.
At some point, we'll get another. We'll change the shot. But Mylin, she's
Yeah, once she
she's
gets
so
rolling,
dangerous, yeah.
once she gets rolling, she is really tough to stop. She is a momentum player, always has been.
And so here's the thing. Yes, she's a momentum player, but remember, she was a competitive chess player, and she took that chess approach
Yep.
and has the most
Isn't that
methodical,
interesting?
mechanical practice. Her 5-bar never goes away. And what makes Mylin dangerous is she's never bad. She's always
No.
pretty good.
Yep.
But if she gets the whole thing going, like the momentum going, then she has all of it.
Yep.
She has the emotion back that you see her get into it now. You see the technique always. When you get the technique plus the adrenaline that comes with committing to the passion, then she just like blows people out of the water. She gets the ball every single time. We saw her in the women's team final last night, and they went into that match with against Sully and Keisha with a 2-goal lead, and that was just too many points.
Yeah.
that was just too many points. She just passed and scored every single time it mattered.
She's leading 3-1 here in game number 4 as she looks to win this one and send it to a 5th game. And again, everything played on the Leonhardt table between these two German players. Of course, Mai Lin could have probably chosen Tornado if she wanted to and still done pretty well, right? One thing we're seeing about Jamila Nader, very methodical, very focused, and execution is top-notch as well. She has now cut the lead to 3-2 here in game 4.
Now, if you're in chat and you're familiar with Jamila Nader, maybe you could help us out a little bit. We don't know how she qualified for this event. We don't know how half the people qualified for the event. But, like, if you know that, it'd be great to get that insight from you. Was she the #1 ranked player at the end of the ITSF rankings? Big crowd.
Well, she was in qualification,
Yeah, but I'm talking about to get her berth. What was it to get her berth here?
Yeah.
There's a significant
based on
number
what
of people
we're seeing,
dialed into this match.
based on what we're seeing, she certainly deserves it. This is a really good-looking young player.
If you watch her 5-bar, you can just see it on there. It is some like very methodical. Look at how well she's just trying to time that down pass.
It's all very mathematical for her. And that one's stolen away by Tran. As somebody who has worked, I think I've worked more than 20 events in Germany. That one fired home here by Mai Lin. I think I've worked 12 or 13 P4P events and World Cups and World Series events, and was pretty familiar with the German scene for a long time, but things change so quickly. There's always good young players coming up on the German tour. And the fact that I haven't worked an event in Germany in 6 or 7 years, I'm a little behind the curve. But we are certainly looking at a really, really good young player in Jamila Nader, and we've got a timeout called here by Mai Lin Tran.
So we got some stuff in chat. I think she won Leo Worlds against Lin, which would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And then someone else said top 12 from world ranking.
Okay.
But I wonder, it would make sense if she won her spot at the Leo World Series.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at how she's playing right now. She's up. She was up 2-0 a hot minute ago.
And somehow she's got to withstand this rush here by Lin, who is now looking to send this one to a 5th and final game. Mai Lin will set it up. Walk it. Using that snake shot. Looking for the hole, then finds it, I believe, back down the middle. A little fake to the far side, hitting a very tight hole to that far side split. We are even at 2 games apiece.
If she timed that 3/4 split on the push side, she's smoking hot right now.
Do you think I should try to come in tighter on that monitor?
If
Let's see if we can, just so the folks can maybe see a little better. We do not have cameras on this. At least we do not, right?
No, we don't.
We get table 1, and that's it. That's as far as this thing goes in.
Was that as focused as it will get?
You sure it's not? You sure it's the camera and not you?
Yeah, it might be me. It's probably me. Let it go.
I'm not sure. Not sure that's any better than what we had. It's kind of neat to see them live as well. It's kind of a neat shot.
Yeah,
actually.
that's a cool shot.
And we will be overly descriptive here in game number 5. How's that?
Yeah, you
I
can
always fancied myself, especially early on in my foosball commentary career, as a radio announcer, to where I would describe every little action. You may remember that, right? Where everything got described, right?
Yeah.
Setting it up, moving it over, hovering over the ball, brushing it down, those sorts of things. Here we
Here's
go,
the
game
ball
number
being tickled by
5.
the man.
Jamila Nader will put the ball into play, and again, she likes to get it moving slowly. And then makes her decision as she hovers, try to go along the wall, taken away by Tran, who has all the momentum right now. Tried to send that one down the middle. Picked up here by Jamila. Sends to the near side. I really like Jamila's approach to the game. And for whatever reason, Frederic Collignon kind of popped into my head, just based on how every little incremental movement is mathematical. She is deciding what the most high percentage play is.
You know what else reminds me of Frederick Colon? I'd almost disregard for time limits. Like, you know what?
Yeah.
If I get to 9.998 seconds, I don't care. And he would do it on the nose, man. and beyond the
For
nose.
the most part, Fred always stayed under the time limit.
I said on the nose and beyond the
If
nose.
there's no official there, though, no timer, there is no time limit, right?
Okay,
And here's Jamila now looking to strike first here in game number 1, posting her up and making the block was Lynn. Rebound comes back to Nader in her goal position. No score here in the 5th game. 2 games apiece. Nader won the first 2. Tran won games 3 and 4.
They're about to call the men's semifinals pretty soon. So we've ended up moving from here. We got Tony Sprudeman and Johan Sikot, whose home table is Bonzini.
Sico, yeah.
Sico.
And getting on the scoreboard first here in game number 5 is Nader. And a defensive play here, and it comes back to Tran. So who is going to come up big here in game number 5 again in a multi-table event? This is a match played entirely on the Leonhardt table with 2 Leonhardt champions.
I really do appreciate her 5-bar.
Yeah.
If you're watching at home, the American style and the tornado style preempts you to be like a 3 to 5 second take it when you see it.
Yeah.
This is just a whole different version of
It
5-bar
is.
offense.
I do want to see that good solid brush up from her still consistently. Working the ball 2 to the 5 is Tran. 1-0 lead here in the 5th for Jamila Nader.
Beauty. Steep brush up.
Tran will set it up in snake shot position, rock back and forth, look for the hole, try to take it to the far side, knocked down by Nader. Rebound comes back to Tran. Again, Lynn fires it home to that far side. It's 1-1. Jamila Nader will put it into play, bring it near side. Brings it over, hovers over the ball, tried to brush it up, knocked down, almost stolen away by Tran. Rebound is picked up in the goal area of Nader.
We can see them now moving a Bonzini table to the main pit area. And so we're probably going to assume that Tony's playing Johan. Here,
Sure.
upcoming. We can see Tony on Bonzini.
Tony's good on every table. And down along the wall goes Jamila. Looking to give herself the lead here in game number 5, or even at 1, even at 2 games apiece. Winner of this one would advance to the finals to face the American Sullivan Rue. And that one near side, and the fist pump from Jamila makes it 2-1. Mylin Tran putting it back into play on the 5. Brings it across. Trying to bring it back down along that near wall. Blocked away off the back wall. Then right back to the 3-rod of Tran. Who will set it up and look to even it up here in game 5. Mylin Tran. Rocking, then takes it out to that far side. Blocked by Jamila. The ball hops in the air and then spins right back to Tran. Again, looking to even it at 2 here in the 5th. It is win by 2 here in game number 5 with a ceiling of 8.
I think there's no ceiling. Is it a ceiling of 8?
Is there no ceiling?
I think it's no ceiling. Pretty sure it's infinity.
Oh, I think you might be right in this event. Yeah. Infinity, so we could be here for weeks,
Weeks?
theoretically.
We might need rations.
Still 2-1 here in the 5th in favor of Jamila Nader of Germany. And that one's sent in with a left hand from that 2-rod.
You see the
By
fist
Tran.
in the air.
It's 2-2. She is a fighter. We know that. What a great competitor Mylin Tran is. Picked up here on the 3-rod by Jamila. She rocks. Looks. Trying to come near side. It's off the man and in. It's 3-2. By the way, referee for the match, Franco Lupacella. Franco.
I met him at the World Cup. Fun guy. Great guy.
Yep. Sent along the near wall by Tran. Big shot here for Lynn. Takes her time. Fakes.
Timeout.
And hammers it home far side. So you really used that possession beautifully. And she stretched it out all the way to the very end. And then found the back of the goal to even it at 3 here in game 5.
It's funny how your anchor point, your point of reference changes. That might have been 12 seconds, but because we're so used to seeing things shorter, we're like, she went to the very end. Well, she's still at 3 seconds. Just can't tell anymore.
Taken away here by Tran. Tied up at 3. Game 5. Shot attempt blocked and taken away by Jamila. And sent up the table as in. Hitting a very tight hold to that far side. Jamila Nader, it is match point.
However she got here, she obviously deserved to be here. The #1 qualifier, and with, skills like that.
Big possession here for Lin. Does have a timeout remaining if she chooses to use it. She looks to even it at 4 and send it into overtime, but that one blocked by Jamila on the first attempt. Rebound spins back to Tran. Again, Mylin Tran. Taking a lot of time. Tried to flip it down the middle, taken away by Jamila.
Oof. Can Jamila put it away? She's a tall, rangy player, so she could see the holes. She could hit them well.
And timeout called here by Nader. I don't know. There was some heightism in there of some sort, I'm thinking. But
the thing that tall
how's
players
the air
can do.
up there? Was the air thinner up there?
Well, look at her, man.
I've been hearing that my whole life, buddy. Maybe I'm hypersensitive.
Tall players can also get behind the ball with leverage in that pin position easier because they have downward pressure on the rod.
No doubt.
And so there's some advantages.
Ball put back into play by Jamila Nader as she has a match point. Sullivan Aru awaits the winner.
Ball. Ooh, she went for the pass.
Could have just dump it and chase it, but it's taken away by Tran.
Is it going into overtime?
Oh, she'll call timeout. She trails 4-3 here in the 5th and final game.
Is it going into overtime because it was the only way it was ever going to go, Jim?
Yeah.
You know how you just have you have to get there, but you predestined to get there, or whatever.
So you're saying you believe in destiny?
No, not at all.
I didn't think so.
No, there's there are physics properties to it that we could get to later on.
Sure.
Let's focus on the task at hand.
Here we go. Ball put back into play by Mylene Tran. Who will set it up again, looking to tie it at 4 here in the 5th. As she rocks and strokes it home, dead man near side. It's 4-4 into overtime. We go. It is win by 2 until somebody wins.
Yes,
by 2.
That's right. Win by 2 ad infinitum,
which is a really long time potentially. I can remember there have been back when Wimbledon I think used to do that, and there would be some 35-33 5th set outcomes. But Jamila now looking to take the lead here in this 5th game, or even at 4 apiece, and she finds the back of the goal again. Match point.
She's wicked, man. This young lady's got wicked skills.
But, I think it was inevitable based on what has been going on in Germany now for the last 15 or 20 years that you are going to produce some great players. Germany is going to win a World Cup. They're going to really be successful because of their program. Chance here from Eileen. That one blocked by Jamila. Rebound comes back to the 5 cent towards the goal, then back the other way off a man and in, and there it is. Jamila Nader defeats Mylin Tran in 5 games to advance to the women's singles final in the ITSF Gold Finals. That's going to be a good one. It's going to be Nader, it's going to be Rue in that final. And we're going to shift our attention over to the men's Gold Finals semifinals coming up here shortly.
Check, check. We're about to get rolling here. Johan Seco and Tony Spredeman. Bonzini versus Tornado. It's going to be a party. We get to see Tony, how his game translates to Bonzini. He lives overseas now, so he's playing on all these tables, but still, Bonzini is just a wild card table. The game is so different. I'm sure Tony's figured that out, how to be high performance on that table. But the guys and gals that are great on Bonzini are freaking amazing. Yeah, I haven't seen much of Johan at all. Seco, haven't seen much of him at all. But he's in the semifinal for a reason. So this should be fun. Anyone in the chat can hear my audio and let me know how it's coming through. We're going to have Jim back in a minute. He took a quick break. He's coming back to the booth with a burger and pizza and a beer. Thanks, Jason. I think we alleviated some of the static issues we were having earlier. All right, we're going to lean on the chat again a little bit. How familiar are you with Johan Seco? Who knows how he achieved his berth to be in the gold final bracket? Tony is living in Bulgaria. Romania? Tony's living in Romania. I guess it's a requirement that there are judges for these semifinals and final matches. 2 judges. A big crowd here to watch this match. There's a shot of Tony. Now sponsored by Filoro, and Filoro is also the sponsor for this event. 5,000 euros to the winner of each side, the women's side and the men's side. Allegedly 5,000 euros in gold, if that's correct. So they flip a coin, and whoever wins the coin toss, they get to play on their home table first. It's 3 out of 5 games, and if it gets to the 5th game, they switch every 2 balls to the opposite table. And they play win by 2 with no ceiling. Hands are being shook. We got the judges in place. We're going to start off on Bonzini. We get to see how Tony translates the Tornado game to Bonzini. One thing we figured out is that hand speed translates no matter what table you're playing on. And Tony's got fast hands. Quick score, pull side. Johan on the board quickly. Now that goal is massive on Bonzini. I played a little bit goofing around on Bonzini, and the ease you can shoot a pull shot just puts that much pressure on you. You can see Tony's rollover. Oh, he's scored that pull side. Tony looking sharp right away. We know he's been practicing on all these tables. Tony's been practicing on every table. Yeah, great observation from Jason. There's no lines on that table. Saves money on production costs, and you got to do more guessing than ever on being consistent with ball placement. Look at that, man. That's wicked. Pull side, split Euro. Three to one here, lead for Seiko. What a beautiful pass. Can't tell for me where that ball was supposed to go. And if you're an American who's used to watching Tony play, you're just used to seeing him steamroll people on Tornado. Now, he's not at all a fish out of water. He's clearly very skilled and looks great on this table. But we are seeing the gap close in skill level with someone who's probably a master on Bonzini. Push side split, pull side split. He's hammering those splits. And the score hasn't updated yet because, you know, what's cool about this is the scores are digitally updated, but I believe it's actually 4-1 Seiko. Yep. 4-2 now. And Seiko has a chance to put this game away. That's it. First game goes to Seiko on Bonzini. We're going to be joined by Keith Glenn here as Jim has not returned yet from...
All right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Glad to be back.
Yeah, so we just saw Seiko bulldoze Tony basically 5-2 on Bonzini. But
that's
we're
his
on
table.
Tornado now. That's right. We get to see if Seiko's Bonzini game translates equitably on Tornado. And if it does, Tony's in big trouble. But we expect Tony to fire right back.
That was well executed.
Yeah.
Pass and shot.
He shot a Euro on Bonzini, and he's shooting a roller on Tornado.
Yeah. Tony's not. So I'm guessing Seiko had the advantage. Game one was on Bonzini.
If you call that, because fifth game where we've learned, fifth game it's 2 points, 2 points. You switch tables every 2 points. So is it a true advantage? Only that you get to start on your table, but
you get the first 2 points and then the last 2 points in a third potential fifth game.
I don't know if that's how it works. Like I don't know how that. Maybe does he start?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, either way, I'm not worried. You know,
The bottom
Tony's-
line is if
yeah,
Tony
Tony-
doesn't win on Tornado, he's in big trouble.
tries a
That's
full
not
kick.
work.
Two to 5 here from Seiko. Fires it. Tony grabs it on his 5. He goes quick. So am I allowed to ask, where's Jim?
Oh, he took a quick break, and then we ordered food, and they
Oh,
started
nice.
this match quickly, and so he's bringing our food to the booth.
Oh, very nice.
They'll be happy to take
Thanks
a break.
for including me. No.
Yeah. So what? Do we
Oh,
got
Tony
here?
with the pickup there. It's now 1-1.
Is it 2-1? Might be 2-1. I don't think that's updated. I think Tony.
I mean, I'm looking at the game counter, the score counter on the game on the table.
Oh, that's not. That's a 1.
Oh no, you're right. That's 2. Sorry, we have our graphic lines on our monitor here. You're right.
Real close to it to see it. Is it better?
Oh, Tony tries the second man. That is uncharacteristic of him to drop that. Oh, Seacoat can't.
So the other semifinal is Varus versus Tommy Orr Jr. And they'll play the winner of this match.
That's all Tornado, correct?
Yeah. So if Tony wins, it's going to be an all tornado final.
Yeah. Seacoat has something to say about it first, though.
Yeah.
Now 2-2.
We saw Mylin get what could only be called an upset by Jamila Nader.
Her fellow countryman,
Mhm.
woman. Tony fires deep to the near side. It's now 3-2. Wow. It might have gone inside. Seacoat's guy there. Tony with the takeaway. Chance to make it 4-2 here now in the second game.
Off the ball up when he was in the lane, so sick.
Good D there by Seacoat, but Tony grabs the rebound. Walks far side, tries to come near side. Good D. Seacoat now goes back to the 2-5. Oh, off his man, Tony. Seacoat got a piece, but Tony gets it through. Tony fires near side. Cut it back a little bit. And it's now 4-2 game ball in favor of Tony Sprademan. And Tony now a possession and a chance to put away game number 2. How did Tony look on Bonzini? I've never seen him play it before.
Okay, but he still got beat 5-2. Looked okay. He looked like he got possessions, but this guy scored every time he got the ball. Splits with his Euro pin.
Oh, is that a slingshot with him? We need a monitor. Tony now unable to execute, so Seacoat will take over. He's just handing Tony 5-bar possessions with that 2-5. Oh, ready for that.
Stab. You know what we're gonna do?
I'm gonna vacate.
No. Are you playing?
No, unfortunately.
Jim, you want to get in? You want to get in here with Keith Glenn?
No, what? You want a break?
I
You're not allowed to take
I
breaks.
want to eat this pizza. Here, Jim.
I'm sure Jim wants to eat too.
Why don't you go and crush that, and then we'll swap. You want to eat, and then we'll swap. Want to eat real quick? Yeah. Sit down anywhere and have that.
In the meantime, Tony Sprademan with possession on his 5 and a chance to take game number 2. Oh, Seacoat gets a piece. Good defense there.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna abandon you for a hot minute. You're rolling solo, brother.
I can hang on my own.
Come here.
Yeah, I'll mute you. Tony Sprademan off the wall, back to the wall. That got inside Seacoat's guy. Fires far side. Tony puts in the wall and grabs the rebound. Goes back to the far side, and we're back to Bonzini. So we are underway, not wasting any time, as Seacoat works that one through to the second man. Sticking with that Euro Mark was talking about, tries to come near side. Tony denies him again, and good pickup, Seacoat. Tony standing in front of a firing squad here before Seacoat finally puts it away to the near side. 1-0 now. Oh, that was a nice little hitch. I like that. Sprademan, far wall. Brush, can't hang on. Seacoat out of a front pin. Tony almost sends it home. Tony unable to grab it. Seacoat just loses the handle. Tony with a 2-5, beautifully to the near side. As Sprayman goes to a far wall, brushes up. Chance to equalize. Tony sprayed him and walks, fires far side, can't get it to go. Nice job keeping that in his area. Now him out of a back pin, just rips it up the table, tries to clear and chase. Nice off. Down there to the wall for Seacoat and a chance to extend his lead. Tries to come near side, Tony able to beat him out there, and again, and on the pickup, Seacoat makes it 2-0. And Seacoat denies Tony's brush attempt. Tony sends it off the back wall out of a front pin with his left hand. Seacoat playing well here, but Tony hustling. It's hard to beat him when he's playing like that. Nice up. And to the far side. I haven't seen a ton of Bonzini, but this is one of the cleanest matches I've seen played from. Oh, Tony with the outside bank off the 3-bar. He's looking up. He's getting fired up. He's smiling. Wow, nice. Down there, Seacoat. I wonder if Tony playing on more outside banks. Tony able to get a piece of that one. Looks like he's just kind of clearing and chasing as he gets a piece of that, but can't hang on. And Tony denies that pass attempt. Oh, nice skippy there. Don't know what the official name for that pass is, but we call it a skippy. Second man brush down. As he's able to get that one through, and it's now 4-1 in game number 3 in favor of. Oh, nice brush back to the wall there for Sprademan. Goes with a pin shot of his own, and it's now 4-2. Good wall there from Seacoat. Comes near side, and we are heading back to Tornado for game number 4. So, dominating performance in game number 3. Tony Sprademan. A chance to open scoring here in game number 4. Fires near side, 1-0 in favor of Tony. Seacoat now taking his time. Tony takes it away. Off the wall. Beautiful. Tries a push kick, puts it into the wall. Grabs it on his 2. Sprademan now with the 2 to the 5. Connects on the up. Tries to do the push. That this time hammers the wall pass, and Sprademan just goes quick to the far side. Now 2-0. This feels a little bit like flip switched Tony. As Seacoat calls timeout, and they're laughing. There's the 2 semifinals here in the gold final. There's refs on both tables. As we are back underway here in the main pit area, Seacoat with a chance to get on the board, down 2-0. With the rollover. Oh, and Tony gets the block, but can't keep it out. A little 4-wheel drive action, now 2-1. Sprademan puts that one through the lane. Taking his time here after firing quick the last 2 times, trying to come near side, and Seacoat Denies it. Seiko with a nice 2-5 there, goes to the wall. Goes for the second man, can't hang on, and gets another attempt. This time, he tries to chip up. Tony ends up with it on his 2, tries to go quick. So Seiko will put it back into play in his goalie area. Looking for the 2-5. Just gets rid of it. Challenges Tony to walk it down. And Tony will go back to Seacoat's defensive area. So Sprademan and Seacoat trading 2 rod possessions here. That trend continues. Tony nicely to the wall. Surveys, tries the second man again. Can't connect. Oh, a little bank action. Tony grabs on the 5. Goes to the set still, which she's been hammering, and Seiko turns it away. So, oh, beautiful 2-3 from Sprademan. Sets up for the rollover. Tries to come down the middle, and Seiko blocks it up off the table. Seiko just trying to get rid of it. Sprayed him in, again denied on the 5. Good 5-bar defense from Seacoat here in a 2-1 ball game. And a must-have for Sprademan. How often we say that? It's Tony, beautiful, back to the far wall. Hammers the wall pass. He's had more success shooting quickly. Tries to go far side, put that one into the wall. Seacoat now with a left-handed inside bank in. It is now 2-2. Sprademan hammers the wall pass. Looking to retake his lead. Fires near side. It's 3-2. Tony almost with a takeaway. Seiko gets a second chance. Tony gets a huge piece of it. And this time, Tony forces him to try and advance from his 2. Tony just tries to get rid of it quickly and turns it over. Seiko with a free 3-bar possession here. Takes his time, walks, and tries to come near side, but Tony equal to it. Tony nicely to his second man there, and he will set up on his 5-bar. Again with that wall. Can't give him an inch. Comes to the near side. Out of the pin shot, and it is now 4-2 in favor of Tony Sprademan here in game number 4. Seacoat with a 2-1 lead. Off the deflection, able to advance to his 5. And Tony steals it, so Sprademan with possession and a chance to send this to a 5th and final game. But Seacoat denies him. Oh, and Tony trying to reel in the loose ball. Stubs it in, and we are heading to a 5th and final game.
I'm back.
And Torres is back.
Well, this is what multi-table play is all about. Going back and forth.
Oh, boy. What just happened there? All right, folks, if you can hear that at home, that's the first time we've been able to hear it on our side.
Yeah.
What is that? Nope. Yeah, what did I do?
Unplug yours and plug it back in. Sorry. Hey, man. Yeah, try it out.
All right. All right. Sorry about that, folks.
Yeah.
Not sure what the heck happened there.
Okay, we're in overtime. 2-2. Every 2 points, you switch tables.
Yes, and it's 1-0 in favor of Seacoast at the moment.
On Tornado immediately got a point. He's
And
got
he
2
buries a
point lead.
left-handed
Why aren't
two-bar
they
shot.
switching tables?
Maybe 1-2, 1-2-2.
Maybe.
I
Well,
don't know.
we lean on the referees to know.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
We trust them. Feels like a must-have ball for Sprademan. Fires far side, and we're headed back to Bonzini.
Well, that's a big lead. If they get 2 points now on Bonzini,
Yeah.
that's a big.
Tony going to have to fight here, which nobody's better at than him. Oh, off the back wall goes Seacoast. Tries to get it. Tony with the big stop. Oh, and Tony gets that on goal, but kept out. Tony gets a
Little
piece of
bounce
that.
Pass.
Yeah. And Seacoast works it through to his 3, trying to take a 3-1 lead here on his table. Pounds it into the corner, and it lands right under Tony's 3-bar. Tony tries to go quick, come down the middle, grabs the rebound.
Tony has not been scoring that well on Bonzini.
Goes far side, ends up in the corner. Out of that front pin with the left hand, goes Seacoast. And Tony with another 3-bar possession. Tries to go far side, can't find the hole.
Yeah, Tony's nemesis has been scoring on Bonzini. It's been 5-2, 5-2, 5-2, 5-4, right? 5-2, 5-2, 5-2, 5-4.
Yeah.
Is there a call
like that.
here?
Maybe. Either way, Seacoast going to put it back into play from his 2-bar. Out of the front pin, back pin, front pin. Tries to get a shot on goal. Tony collects the rebound. And he can't, having a hard time. Up, it goes 2-5. Gets
Nice.
it.
Can
Seacoast just
Tony convert?
abandoned
He needs to convert a couple on Bonzini, man.
Gets the up, and
What a grab.
that is what hustle will get you. Tries to come near side, can't convert. And again, Tony with another 3-bar possession. Tries to go far side, and
Got
off
lucky.
the deflection, it's now 2-2,
No,
excuse me.
He got confused. He tried to switch tables. He's
Yeah.
not switching tables.
He's
You gotta
fired
get your
up.
head back in it.
After that dig out, I don't blame him. That was nothing but hustle play there.
This guy is a master on this table.
Yeah.
His 3-bar has been ridiculous.
I've
on
never
this
seen
table.
anybody control a ball like this on a Bonzini. Oh, and he goes to the
Now they switch.
push side. Now they switch in a 3-2 ball game.
So what Tony needs is 2.
He's
right
got to get
here.
these. Doesn't technically have to, but
Yeah.
does not want to go back down a goal on Bonzini.
Oh, bad.
Oh,
what a break.
seemingly free 3-bar possession for Sprademan here. Not free. He busted his butt, but wasn't clean. Fires down the middle. 3-3.
If he could get this one and still
Seacoast.
one, because it is win by 2 to infinity.
Okay. Could be a long night.
Long
Seacoast,
week.
chance to regain the lead in a 3-3 game here in game number 5. And he calls
Ooh.
timeout.
It's a big point because he can go up 4-3 and
Heading
go to.
back to Bonzini.
You don't really see Tony sweat that often. Tony's sweating right
I
now.
don't know that he is he?
He is, dude. He's wiping his brow.
Oh, you mean literally?
Yeah, I'm literally. He's feeling it, man. This is it. This is the gold final. You've been waiting a year.
He's clearly digging deep. The crowd clearly on his side here in Texas. What's going on table 2 here?
It's one game apiece, 3-1 Tommy.
Okay.
Okay, let's get back to
Seacoat
this.
looking to take a 4-3 lead and send it back to Bonzini.
And he hit it hard.
And he hits it.
It's too late, dude. Let's go then. Fine. Jim's going to just jump in out of nowhere. It's 4-3 Seco. Match ball. And he's got it on his 3-bar. And he has a chance to eliminate Tony Spreadman. And we brought Jim Stevens in.
Just for this, right. Great job by Keith Glenn.
Tagged him in.
Chance to win it here for Seco.
Timeout.
Call timeout.
So remember, if Tony scores his point, it goes into overtime.
Yep.
If Seco scores his point, he's going into the finals.
Well, what was interesting, Seco stole one early on the tornado table. Tony came back, stole one on Bonzini to kind of even things up. But then Seco again able to steal one on that tornado table to put us into this position. And a chance for the Frenchman to win it right here in advance to the finals.
Ooh.
That one blocked by Tony. Again. Yeah, Tony is there.
Is Tony going to send this into overtime?
Well, if you're going up against Tony Spreadman, you
Turn
have
it over.
opportunities.
Turn it over.
You better put him away. There are 3 opportunities here, and he could not put him away.
You got to put him away, man. Oh, Lord. He's going to get a
Another
fourth
chance
opportunity.
here.
Tony with another block.
4 chances for Seco to put it away.
And Tony's nemesis has been scoring on Bonzini. He taking
Call
a timeout.
timeout here.
He's feeling it. Look, you don't see Tony visibly sweating. Rarely you see him visibly sweating. He's like using his Filoro sponsored shirt to wipe his face right now.
Great Euro beard, by the way, for Tony.
Yeah, we talk
totally a
about
great Euro
living,
beard.
you know, the whole lumberjack thing,
Yeah.
because that's a big thing in Romania.
Is it?
I don't know.
They do it for us in Romania.
Well,
Johan Seco with a match point. Tony has held him off 4 times. Spreadman again. We'll use the left hand, send that one off that outside wall. Comes back to Spreadman, who chips it up to his 5 and will step into the forward position. Tony needs one here on Bonzini to keep his hopes alive. That one sent towards the goal, picked up here by Seco. And then sent in with a left hand to win the match.
Tony.
Johan Seco in 4 games eliminates Tony Spreadman.
And we got to talk about how impressive it is. So we saw Tony in a back and forth with someone who's a master on their table versus another who's a master on their table. And we saw the will to win prevail, and the little things make the difference, and that's why Seco beat Tony. But, like, if you're an American who's used to seeing Tony steamroll everybody on Tornado, you're seeing why multi-table play is so impressive and so important.
Of course, that was a 5th game win. And the key was, again, stealing one on your opponent's table. And in this case, he stole a couple of them, and that's what led eventually to Johan Seco pulling the match out in 5 games.
What an incredible... Tony was the clear favorite in our minds, but this is the X factor. These are the X factors. Someone who's a master on Bonzini. And it's going to be tough because we had this conversation earlier that transitioning from other tables to Tornado is probably easier than transitioning from Tornado to other tables in general.
Yeah, generally
right?
it is, yes.
Yeah.
So now Johan Seco will await the winner of the match taking place over in zone number 2, and that's Tommy Yor and Shimos Varos. It is 1 game apiece with Yor leading 4-2.
You want to do our thing here? Let me do.
We can do our thing. We can kind of switch over.
It's still some thunder from the other views.
Well, they can come any tighter than that. Let's see. Oh, that's it.
So we got Tommy Yor's 1-2.
2 games to 1. Yep, in favor of Tommy Yor. Both of these players have chosen apparently the Tornado table, which is, I don't think, an advantage for Shimon Varos.
You know what's an advantage, Jim?
Huh.
Being a freaking master on Bonzini. Yeah. Okay, because I don't care who wins this match between Tommy Yor and Varos. They're going to play Tornado, and they're going to dread going to Bonzini.
Yeah, that's right.
And that dude, Seco, scored these unbelievable splits on his Euro pin, and then went over to Tornado and did just enough, right? Did the right things. And
Well, and we talked earlier about the strength of the German program over the last 10 or 15 years. You could say the same thing about the French program and how it has evolved, how the snake shot, which was never even a consideration on the Bonzini table, has become something, or just a modern ITSF international style of play on Bonzini. And so you're seeing, again, these young players, and in this case, of course, we're talking about Johan Siko, who was not a player last time I worked a Bonzini event.
So we're getting that. I think we fixed that static issue. You guys, let us know if that static issue is back permanently. We had a heavy static issue.
Just let me know if Mark gives me too much static. Is what it comes down to.
So what you're able to see now through a extended view is Tommy Yor playing against Varos from Slovakia?
Yeah, it's impressive. Yeah, it's impressive that Shimon was even able to win a game. I mean, very good player, no doubt about it. But Tommy Yor, certainly one of the best Tornado players maybe ever, and a guy that is going to be tough to beat in terms of playing the entire match on the Tornado table. He's up 2-1, and Tommy will put it into play. And, of course, Yor, such an accomplished player.
Now we look at, we forget about some other, there's all these variables. And so the one I want to discuss now is Tommy doesn't play this guy and maybe has never played him, has never seen any video of him. Mm-hmm. This guy may or may not have seen Tommy play, may have been able to do some study, find some video of him. But, of course, Tommy is so dominant on Tornado in the U.S., he's seen all the best players he's going to play.
And yeah, exactly. And really, does Tommy even need to necessarily, find video of Shimon Varos? Especially on Tornado, probably can't find any of that. But I think if Tommy just plays his game, just does his thing.
Well, to that point, I agree with you, but the surprise is going to be someone who's very good with what they do that you've never seen before.
Yeah.
Right? Because he knows what to get from Brandon Munoz. He knows what he's going to get from Kevin Romero. He knows what to get from Brandon Moreland. He does not know what he's going to get from this guy.
Yeah.
And it ends up being a surprise no matter what, right?
Good point. And then you just got to be agile. You got to be quick on your feet, make adjustments in the short term. But again, if Tommy just does Tommy, I think he's going to be in pretty good shape, and that's been the case so far. That one, a pass attempt off the outside wall, gets through and in. It's 1-0.
So you know who's warming up in the pit? Sullivan Rue's warming up to play her final against DOS Sound Machine.
Yeah.
What is the young lady's name? She's a killer. What is it? I gotta scroll the chat now. What is the young lady's name? She's an absolute beast.
Talking about Jamila, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jamila what?
Nodder.
Yes. Yeah. Jamila
Nodder. Big shot here for Varos. 2-1 lead here in game number 4. For Tommy Yor. That one blocked up into the air and off the table. Will be put back into play by Tommy in that goal area. Jim Stevens, Mark Torres bringing you action from the 2025 Tornado World Series here in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. It's kind of nice. You land at the airport, you catch a shuttle, and 10 minutes later you're here at the hotel. We really never leave the airport the entire time that we're here.
And when we're ready to go home, Jim, it's right there.
It's right there.
Yeah. You know what we didn't talk about?
What's that?
We didn't talk about, well, why don't you go meet one of your fans real quick?
Yeah.
Sullivan Rue is now a sponsored Tornado athlete.
Yes, she is. Yeah.
And they have her own merch, and she gets sponsored. They cover her entry fees, and she gets you want you to buy Sullivan's merch because she gets some of her merch expenses.
Left hook here by Tommy. Match point for Yor, who appears headed for the final. Where he'll go up against Johan Siko of France. He's up 4-1 here in game 4.
I got to find an image of. I've been really promoting every single American player because they're in front of me, and I'm filming.
And you're American.
Yeah, but I gotta find a picture of Jamila Nodder and put. And we didn't want to. We want her to be front and center on this one.
Yeah, I was just thinking, in the case here of Shimon Varos, who chooses Tornado as his home table. knowing that he is going to have to go up against some of the best Tornado players in the world on their home table.
Right.
Which means he feels pretty confident about his game, although he's down here and does have a chance to even it up at 4 here as he's trying to get back into the match, and he does. Just like that, it's 4-4, and we've got a timeout. But that's the dangerous thing. You choose Tornado knowing you're going to have to go up against Tommy Yor and Tony Spredeman and players of that ilk. Suddenly it's 4-4 here in the 4th game as Varos tries to get back into it and set it to game number 5.
I'm looking for an image of Jamila Nodder. I don't want to take a picture of her when she's walking by
That's
because
a good shot right there.
it just seems creepy.
Does it? I don't know.
Let's get a. Yeah, she's had an amazing.
I think it's okay if you just walk up, and snap her picture. I'm sure she speaks good English. Here we go. The ball put into play by Tommy. Yor tic-tacking far side, able to get through on that far wall. A chance to advance to the finals right here for Tommy Yor, who sets it up against Varos. Walks it and calls timeout.
Yeah, we're going to get a great finals match. It's going to be Leonhardt versus Tornado. And looking at Jamila's game, her game translates.
Talking about the women's singles
Yeah, the
final,
women's singles finals coming up. And talking about
Tommy
Jamila's
now.
game, sorry.
One real quick here. Tommy Yor looking to put the match away. As he again calls time in, puts it back into play, sets it up, rocks it. Trying to come near side, it's blocked, but then the rebound. Karem's in 4 games. Tommy Yor defeats Shimon Varos to advance to the ITSF Gold Final. Well, that's going to be a fun one. That's going to be Tornado versus Bonzini. We'll have that one for you upcoming here shortly. It's another Tornado versus Bonzini match. Actually, it'll be Tornado versus Leonhardt match. They have yet to put the Leonhardt table in the finals area.
Is this the screen for table 22? Is that where you table 22? Maybe it was, but I'm not sure.
We'll be back with all that action for you after this.
We gotta find her. I don't know what table that is. Is she the one at the registration? No. Somebody else? You have her called up to the front. I mean, she might be. Have Miriam called up to the front. She's not gonna care. She's not doing anything. Dude, I'm sorry, man. Yeah. It might catch up in a minute. It's you want to mute? Here you go.
Hey, Jim Stevens, Mark Torres, and Brad Anderson. There's Brad. Of course, Brad Anderson, who probably worked more matches with me than anyone in the history of Inside Foos. I'm pretty sure that's true. I don't think anybody is close. Mark Torres is probably sitting in second place.
Or
by,
Mike Archer.
By quite
or
a margin.
Maybe. I don't know.
But who's made a bigger impact than Mark Torres?
That's
Positively
that's
or negatively?
Well,
We're talking about who's done more damage to the brand?
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about? That's easily
I
me.
want to be delicate.
Easily me.
But it's fun. Brad here this weekend to kind of hang out with us and have a good time as we cover this incredible event, this hybrid event, as we talked about earlier. Texas State meets International Table Soccer, a World Series event. And we're going to have a good one for you here coming up here shortly, folks. It's the ITSF Gold Final in women's singles. It's going to be Sullivan Rue. It's going to be Jamila Nader of Germany.
Okay, he's
and
already
it's
off
gonna
topic.
Be a good one.
What I want to talk about
Let's talk about
is,
it.
was it 20 years ago, Brad was doing a radio podcast show. We were doing live interaction during matches with people.
Remember when we were taking phone calls?
Yes, I'm totally.
We took phone calls. Yeah, phone
Yeah.
calls back when that was
Yeah.
a thing.
Were they dialing in, or were they using like $400 cell phones, or like $1,200 cell phones?
What's a cell phone?
$2,000 cell phones.
Yeah, and I guess the biggest thing, and I've been reflecting on this week. You know, I have a big poster in my foosball arena, my little garage with a foosball table in it from the 2006 World Cup, where Brad and I, it was the first ever World Cup, still maybe the greatest event that's ever happened in the history of foosball, especially the one night USA versus France. But it was Brad and I doing that event, and for 4 hours on that
Amazing.
Saturday night, we stood up and
Amazing.
did that match.
Stood up.
Yeah, we
Holy smokes.
stood.
Yeah.
It was just too much energy. It was just too electric of an evening. But I reflect back on that, and especially when we're doing an international event like this, but to remember where it kind of all started when it comes to multi-table international foosball.
Talk about the clash of tables and clash of styles that we saw.
Yeah.
People who had never played, like American players had never played on even a Bonzini, let alone a
Yeah.
Garland or anything else. Same with the European players or other players from around the world that never played on a tornado. They had no idea why does the ball move around so much.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
back then, you weren't good on other tables. You were good on your table and not so good on others. And that's changed, though, hasn't it?
the growth of the multi-table star, really.
Yeah.
It's come on.
I think we need a third microphone.
I wish. And I want to get Brad an opportunity to do that. But, like, I think what's amazing is I was just getting out of foosball in 2005, so I was taking a break. But you guys got to be exposed. And it's a history that we don't want lost on people because there's a ton to learn and a ton to take with you about these early experiences. It's not just about reminiscing and just kind of like lingering on past memory. It's kind of like this sport's come a long way, and you guys were there at the pioneering moments of it.
Well, I will say right now, because like I've known Jim for close to 25 years,
Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah.
and some of my absolute best memories in my life have been with Jim,
Yeah.
and he's been. I mean, I have to thank him for actually kind of pulling me into this thing and really kind of exposing me to everything. So
I remember you telling me once, it was like waking up with Jim next to Jim in a hotel room, and then it was like the birth. It was like the birth of your first son, and then it was like waking up with Jim in another hotel room and the birth of your second son, and it was in that order. And I'm very, very proud to be a part of that history. So thank you, Jim,
I'm not
for
sure what we do with that.
whatever you guys did.
Yeah.
You've never been the same.
Yeah. I don't believe we ever actually shared a hotel room.
I don't think. Whatever.
one tournament, one night I shared a room with you.
Oh,
Okay, that's
I got
filthy.
it For some reason, something got screwed up, so I needed a place to stay for the night.
okay.
And I think I was out of there at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So
But
Look
we
at-
digress. Let's
Take a
check
look
in.
at all 5 foot of Sullivan Rue and 6'1".
All right, folks, this is it. This is the final. It's the ITSF Gold Final. It's the women's singles final. We are underway here in game number 1, starting off on Sullivan Rue's home table, the Tornado.
Jim, there's a question here in chat. You're probably best served to answer it. Okay, so we got Tornado versus Leonhardt. Jamila Nader? How do you say it?
Jamila Nader, I believe, yeah.
She beat Mylene Tran
Yeah.
in a nail-biter on the Leonhardt only match.
Yeah.
She's a superstar. She's amazing. And she told me she qualified this by having the highest singles ranking in ITSF rankings.
Okay.
Sullivan qualified for this by winning the Tornado World
Yeah.
Series.
And it's difficult for an American player to finish high in the points because you have to play a lot of tournaments. You have to play a lot of Master Series, World Series, international tournaments, most of which are held in Europe. So it's difficult for an American player to qualify in that fashion. And that one's sent in by Jamila. It's tied at 1 here in game number 1. And again, we're starting off on Sullivan Rue's home table, the Tornado.
And if we could talk for a moment about the difference in activity, there's over 3,000 tournaments in Germany. Over 3,000 tournaments in Germany.
Talking local, regional,
Well,
national.
regional and national. Now, the local tournaments is a whole different animal. But
So that's an average of 10 per week, or
Yeah.
9 or 10 per week.
Right.
Which is crazy. And again, they are developing young players, which is the key for any national federation. That's really job one. And we're seeing Jamila Nader, I think, a result of that. Again, I haven't worked a tournament in Germany in about 6 years. And since then, we have seen the birth of several outstanding players from Germany and from Austria and from Europe in general, including Nader. This is my first time getting to watch her, and it's been a privilege so far. She is an impressive young player.
So Jason asked the difference between the World Series Tornado and the American Tour. Tour is a loosely used word these days. I don't know why we just translate that word like it's. There used to be an actual foosball tour.
Yeah.
And it was a tour that had multiple major stops, 5 at one point during Tornado, but more than that before with the earlier.
Lots of state championships, regional championships. Literally every couple of weeks, you could be playing an event and literally touring the country.
So we still use that word, but so frankly now there's like I don't know there's a series of regional events, state championships, and then there's the couple we still call majors, that the IFP or the World Foosball Tour. But the Tornado World Series is an ITSF event, and the International Table Soccer Federation.
Using a Swiss system.
Yeah, why don't you speak a little bit about the ITSF?
Well, it is a European event. It's a European-style event being held here in the United States. Even though this one this weekend, first time ever, I think, anywhere, is really a hybrid event between Texas State, the Texas State Championships, longest-running state championship anywhere. Kind of mixed with that international style, which is a Swiss series or Swiss system. It's a compilation of points acquired in this format towards the ITSF rankings. It is a different style of player. It's single elimination for the most part, although you qualify in order to get to that single elimination bracket. But it's just it's a dress code. It's a different form. It's not a party. It's not a get-together. It's not let's go see my friends, although there are aspects to it, of course. It's a competition. It's a sporting competition, I think, probably more than what we see here in the U.S., where our tournaments, and not to diminish them at all, but they are more of a get-together party and competition. This is competition first.
I love that timeout by Sully. She could feel the weight of this experience. She took a timeout to just take a deep breath. This is a big deal. This is a gold final. Yeah. And Jamila Nader is no joke.
No,
she's
damn
good.
The real deal. Really good. Sully up 2-1 here in the game number 1 on her home table. As she sets it up, finds that straight hole to make it 3-1. Watch this. Gets her off the hole with just a little bit of a hitch to go up by 2 goals here in game 1.
And so the format here is they're playing the first game on Tornado. It's 3 out of 5. The second game will be on Leonhardt, which is Jamila's home table. And they'll go back and forth. If they get to a 5th game, it'll be 2 points on each table. I think it's 3, 2, 2, 3. There's some ratio. But they'll do that. And she got a quick
Sully now surging ahead as she picks up this loose ball and slams it into the corner. Sullivan Rue up 4-1 here in game number 1. And again, the key is to hold on your home table. And I feel like I've been saying that now for 20 years because I have. The very first tournament ever, multi-table tournament ever internationally was that World Cup in 2006. That was the key then. It's the key now. Hold on your home table. Steal on the opponent's table. And usually that stealing takes place in game number 5 if you have held on your home table.
You know what we're forgetting, Jim? How much money does the winner of this match win?
I believe it's 5,000 euro, I believe is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Which these days is just a little over $5,000, I think.
Still 5,000. It's not 5,000 pesos.
In gold.
Is it, Jim?
You know, they're setting it up far side, which that's like $6.50. That's $6.50.
That's like enough for a Happy Meal, maybe.
Happy Meal, not anymore.
5,000 euros, man. They're playing for $5,000 right now, and the accolades and the.
And a left hook here by Sully closes the deal. Watch this. Is she going to pass? No. She's going to shoot it with that 5. She's going to score it. And Sullivan Rue holds on her home table to take that 1-0 lead.
I don't know how often I've seen Sully rip a 5-bar shot to end the game. I can't think of. She might score incidentally on the 5-bar, but just ripping a 5-bar shot for a game winner?
By design, yeah.
Yeah. So now they're on Leonhardt, and this is Jamila's home table. We just saw Tony Spredeman get beat in his semifinal because he could not compete on the Bonzini table as well as the Bonzini player can compete on Tornado. That's the bottom line.
I really, though, I'm going to disagree with you just a little bit. I think the reason Tony lost that match is because he gave up 2 on his home table to the Frenchman, to the young Frenchman, Sicot, and that really is what ended up costing him. He held on his table until that 5th game when he couldn't.
Yeah.
Sicot scored twice on Tony's home
That's
table,
right.
the Tornado, and that's what makes the difference. That's what wins matches. That's what makes you a multi-table player, is if you can do that sort of thing.
I'm very impressed with Jamila Notter. First time seeing her.
Yeah.
She has so much poise on the 5-bar. You watch her 5-bar series right now on Leonhardt, and she's somewhere between 7 and 10 seconds before she's passing.
Yeah.
So she's taking a lot of time and wearing you down.
Every pass with purpose, every pass by design. It's really great to see. And again, early on, I looked at her and I said, "This reminds me of Frederic Collignon, the way he would take such care on that 5-row." Not to compare, you can't really compare anyone to the great Collignon, but it's that same approach.
Right.
Of make everything matter. Use mathematics. Use physics.
Use 9.9
chess,
seconds.
Use 9.9 seconds.
Right.
And there you see that nice little brush.
She passes on 3.
She knows why she's doing what she's doing.
Right.
And that's really the key. She'll have the first scoring opportunity here on her home table. Leonhardt, shot near side, blocked and taken away by Sully. Sullivan Rue leading 1-0 in this women's final, and she's able to knock that one in with a 5. Right here, picking it up, angling it in. It's 1-0 in favor of Rue.
Man, if Sully can get on a roll emotionally, she's going to be impossible to stop.
Well, her skill set is just at such a level, no matter what table she's on. Extraordinary. Maybe the most talented lady player we've ever seen. In fact, I don't even think there's a maybe there. I think that is the case. And a lot of that just comes from hard work, from putting in the repetitions. Obviously from having a great leadership from her parents, and mentoring from her parents.
Well, having been to an international event, the biggest struggle I've seen was American players playing on Bonzini. They just, the Americans got killed on Bonzini. This is Leonhardt, and it translates a lot better.
It is. For me, the German-style table was always fairly easy for me to play on as a Tornado player, as an American-style player. I actually really liked it. I really liked switching to it, and I think we see that. Another one with a 5 here. That's 3 5s in a row from Sullivan Rue.
That's right.
And she's up 2-0.
Making
the
big
Bonzini table, it can be a very difficult transition. You know, there are anomalies, of course. Billy Pappas can play on any table. It doesn't much matter. He's going to be great on any table. Tony is very good on Bonzini. But it is a big transition, especially when you're going up against another 5. That's 4 5-rows in a row from Sullivan Rue.
Is she going to steal
What's
the
going
first
on
game
here?
on Leonhardt?
She's up 3-0 here in game number 2. Closed out game number 1 with that left hook on Tornado and has scored the first 3 here.
What we don't know about Jamila that we know about Sully. We've seen Sully in this situation win and lose at the highest levels for many years. I don't know what Jamila's like in a championship final. I don't know what she's like. Has she ever played for 5,000 euros?
No, I'm going to say no, she hasn't.
Sully hasn't either, but we've seen
the great skill level, and there's a score here from goal for Jamila to make it 3-1. We see the great skill level, but there's something to be said for experience and being in big situations. And Sully, even at the young age of, 22, I believe she is.
Oh, she got raced, I think. Did she get raced? I think she might have got raced there. So we'll see how that translates to the next possession.
Well, when you are being raced, what do? You sit on the ball, you take your time, explode the holes, you almost ignore the defense. So we'll see if she can adopt that approach. Jamila, as that one sent back towards her, tried to angle it up the table, picked up here on the 5 by Nader.
You know what else I like about Jamila? She's not panicking physically. She's just okay. She's taking it, whatever she feels on the inside, she's not expressing it on the outside, which is a great sign.
Yeah, I'm almost thinking, I think she must have competed in another sport before this. She has the look of an athlete and the approach of an athlete. With her height, maybe it's basketball.
It could be volleyball.
Could be volleyball, yeah. Could be team handball. And she's now able to pull within 1 as she sets up this snake shot, takes a quick look, and then rattles it off that near corner to make it 3-2. And taken away here. So Sullivan Rue got off to that 3-0 lead with 3 scores from the 5. But Jamila, unfazed,
slow and steady, right?
is working her way back into it.
Ooh.
So precise. Boy, this is a really good-looking young player. Looking to even it up, and she does as she rattles that one home off the band. It's 3-3, 3 in a row from the German have tied things up here in this second game. It's the ITSF gold final, the women's singles gold final. That quick shot attempt by Sullivan. Momentum all on the right side of the table now. And again, Jamila needs to hold on her home table. And she's scored 4 in a row now to make it 4-3. Watch this. She's very good at this shot. Little bit of a fake, then a flip over to that near corner. Rue coming back.
Can Rue steal?
Try to come down the middle.
I worry about that zone for Sully because that short side is so gaping and the bank is there too.
Jamila again trying to go to that short side, blocked by the 5 of Rue. Back to Nader. Try to make it off the inside. Well, it spins forward, where it's picked up by Rue, who jumps back into that goalie position and then brings it back to that short side to tie it up at 4.
How gigantic is this point if Sully can still here?
And a timeout called here.
Who called it? Let's see, call it Jamila or Sully. And meanwhile, no shaking, no pensive behavior, just Jamila, like stoic, taking her time. She probably, I think you're right, Jim. She has a poise about her that makes you feel like she's competed at a high level before.
And we see that with a lot of great players who have played other sports at a very high level. Let's see what happens here. 4-4 here in the second game. Jamila bounces, trying to take it back along that near wall. Blocked by Rue. Nader again bouncing, hovering, getting it moving slowly, and it's taken away by Rue. And she will call time out.
Second timeout.
4-4 second game. 1-0 lead for Sullivan Rue of the United States.
Jamila got here by beating Mylin Tran. She had a 2-0 lead to Mylin. Lynn won the next 2 games, and it went back and forth. It was 4-4, and Jamila scored 2 in a row to put her out because it was overtime. That's a huge win. Yep. Lynn Tran was a favorite to win this event.
Sully puts it back into play, tried to go through that high lane, can't connect on it. Picked up here by Jamila. And again to that short side off that front pin. Same shot as earlier, a little bit of a wiggle, and then to that near corner. Game number 2 goes to Jamila Nader of Germany. We are even at 1 game apiece as we head back over to the tornado table.
And no reaction from her. Like nope. Tom Spearish, right? Tom Spear, the earlier Tom Spear, the pre-90 Tom Spear really.
Going about his business, her business in this case.
Doesn't matter, all the points are the same, all the passing's the same, all the scoring's the same. I'm not going to react to anything.
And we are certainly monitoring the chat. If you have any questions, comments, anything else for us, let us know. We'd love to respond to it.
There's a mute button for me only. Please note, if you guys want to press the mute button for me only, you can just go ahead and chat #mute Torres. #mute Torres. You did it. He muted me.
I muted him. You heard none of that, folks.
Hilarious.
Thank goodness. Here we go. Third game underway. Back on the tornado table on Sullivan Rue's home table. Both players have held so far.
You got to get
2025 Tornado World Series here at the beautiful Westin Hotel at DFW Airport. Jim and Mark with you.
Sully is such an emotional player, and it's part of her. I mean, you're seeing two different clashes of styles in terms of personality.
And that one knocked in here.
But Sully's so emotional,
Jamila.
and Nader is so non-emoting. It's awesome to see this two different clashes of personalities.
I love that, Luke. We could start calling her Nader, so we could have Terma Nader. I love that. That's clever. Here's Nader with the ball. It's setting it up. Looking for a 2-0 lead, but taken away here by Sully. Sent up the table nicely. She grabs it, but then loses it. It's funny how momentum works in this kind of a format. You can get all that momentum on your home table in that second game if you're Jamila, but does it carry over to the tornado table? We'll see. She did come out and score the opening point on the tornado in 2 in a row, and she's up 2-0 here in the third. And she finds a very tight hole to that near corner, and Sullivan will call timeout.
You're getting a good look at Nader. The crowd is roaring for Sully, but there's no. Sully's in her zone right now. She's in her space. You look at
Sullivan Rue with a little bit of work to do here. She puts it into play, able to connect on the pass. Will set it up. Look to cut the lead to 1, and she does. So big timeout there from Sullivan Rue. She puts it back into play and finds the back of the goal to make it 2-1 here in Game 3. Jamila can't connect, sent back the other way. Nader back there with the left hand to keep it out. And the pass 2 to the 5. Nicely done. That little unexpected pass 2 to the 5 has always been a great weapon for players who utilized it, catching the opponent a little bit flat-footed and giving yourself a possession on the 5, which often results in a possession on the 3, as it does here. Jamila looking to regain that 2-goal lead if she can, as she rocks back and forth and calls timeout.
Boy, we don't know. We haven't seen Jamila compete before, but does she come across as just having so much composure?
Right,
yeah.
Yep.
Call a timeout. She's not overreacting. She's just kind of like in her mode, and it could be her coming out party at the highest levels of singles for her. Meanwhile, Sully's got to forget that game, right? Because it's tough to forget that game. You had you just start with 4 or 5 hour shots in a row, including finishing the first game. She had a 3-1 lead. You got to forget it.
She had a 3-0 lead, even.
That's right.
I think, and then lost 5-3.
Yeah.
Jamila will put the ball back into play after a very clever, wise timeout, and finds the back of the goal here. She's up 3-1, so Jamila Nader of Germany in control here in zone 1. This is a huge ball here for Sullivan Rue. On her home table, she's down 3-1. I believe that's 8 of the last 9 goals scored by Jamila.
Slow and steady.
It makes you wonder, what created this player? Why does she play like this? What kind of coaching has she had?
Yeah.
What kind of experience has she had? It really led her in a really great direction.
Well, she's got the physical tools, but she's showing the mental toughness and the aptitude just to her style of play. It doesn't work for everybody, right? But this kind of like, I don't care what's going on. I'm going to be unfazed by it. That's a style of play that works for her. And it's reminiscent of Tom Spear and Dan Kaiser.
Tom Spear and Dan Kaiser and Frederic Collignon, and you know.
Other players run hot, like Sully runs hot, which is awesome. This is different.
Another possession here for Jamila. And again, it's 4-1. What a performance from Jamila Nader of Germany.
And there's a lot of Germans in this crowd.
9 of the last 10 she has scored.
That's it.
That is it, as that one's blocked back into the goal. And Jamila Nader wins 5-1 on Sully's home table in game number 3. She is now up 2-1, headed to her home table with a chance to win the championship and €5,000.
We see Terry running up to Sully. Terry's running up to Sully. And Sully loves her daddy, and he's giving her coaching right now, and he's trying to support her. Sully's listening intensely. Here we go.
There comes Terry and Sully back into the arena. And again, this match is not over yet. Sullivan Rue certainly capable of winning on Leonhardt.
What a story it would be, right, for Sully to win on. She has to win this game, and then she has to get it to just to win her table. There's no other. Is there anything more obvious than she has to win this game on Leonhardt?
She needs to tighten things up just a little bit. She has been relying on her hustle game, on her kind of up-tempo style of play, whereas I think she kind of needs to really begin to play a more focused, maybe slower style of approach here. Here we go. On Jamila's home table, Sully puts it into play quickly, comes along that near wall. Every possession so important at this stage of the game. And she's able to fire that push shot home. And she took her time passing, sets it up, strokes it home. It's 1-0 here in game 4 in favor of Rue. She needed that one, Mark. Jamila not deviating from her approach at all. Every possession approached with such intelligence, purpose, and she's able to tie it up at 1 here. Finding the far side of the goal. And she takes it away here from Sully. You know, it really makes me wonder. I mean, this is a player I've never seen before, playing at a very, very high level.
The highest level.
I'm trying to think back on the last time I was in Germany, and maybe she was playing out on table 64 and just.
And she was 12.
She was
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
She was 12 with 5'10". You know what I mean? That's the danger. These players are amazing.
A lot of performance so far from Jamila Nader of Germany.
Taking her time. She's hot right now. She's hot in terms of execution, and she's just in her mode.
Just playing with such great
Yeah.
focus. Huge shot here, and Sully able to convert as she sets it up and strokes it home.
Throwing the rod, recoiling.
Likes to get that ball moving ever so slowly and then find that hole along that near wall.
So hard to stop her 5-bar right now.
Which means you got to stop her 3 if you can. And that's what Sully's going to try to do. A little table cleaning there, I think. Looking for a 3-2 lead. Jamila. Finds a hole down the middle. So showing you all the holes. She's gone near side. She's gone far side. She goes right down the middle here for a 3-2 lead. And playing the way she is, it's hard to see her getting beat here today.
You got to stop this short hole, Sully, or the bank. And she just did the pass.
Let's not forget, she won that last game on Tornado 5-1.
Yeah. But right here, she's been breaking Sully's zone with the short shot. Oh,
that one blocked back into the goal by Rue. A defensive score from Sully, and she needed it. We're tied at 3. Boy, did she need that one. Fighting tooth and nail to stay alive in this final.
Ooh.
And she makes the steal here. And a quick shot here. She brings it across and goes dead man.
It was dead
the
mark.
push shot.
It was dead mark. She tucked that thing.
It's 4-3, 2 in a row from Rue.
This
Here
match
comes
is for
Sully.
$5,000. It's a $5,000 match. Oh,
Crushed gently through the lane by Jamila. I don't think she's missed a shot from her three so far. She's going to call timeout here.
we are seeing a classic battle of fire and ice. We are seeing the locomotive in Sullivan Rue that's all flames, and we're seeing the calm, cold-blooded killer in Jamila Nader. We've seen this play out before, and it's anyone's match. It's whoever like executes at the end. We are seeing two different styles of play, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it sure is. What a great match it has been, and Jamila now with a chance to even it at 4. We're on her home table, the Leonhardt, here in game number 4. She sets it up against Sully. Jamila rocks. Trying to take it out far side, blocked and taken away by Rue. Sullivan Rue trying to steal a game on the Leonhardt. That one sent up the table and then knocked in by Rue off the man, and we are headed to game number 5, all tied up at 2 games apiece.
And still no reaction from Jamila. I know we got this. This is awesome foosball. It doesn't get any
Awesome
better.
foosball.
5,000 gold nuggets.
Is that what they're giving away? Golden nuggets? now? It was
$30,000.
golden bits earlier.
It's 5,000 bits.
All right.
Whatever it is, we're smelting it.
Ingots. I think it's ingots. I'm pretty
Yes.
sure it's ingots.
Ingots. Thank you. Appreciate you.
I think it's ingots.
It's ingots.
Coins? Is it gold? Is it Kruger ounce?
Doubloons.
All right, 5th game underway. First ball will be on Tornado. The next 2 will be on Leonhardt. Then back for 2 more on Tornado.
Yeah, 2-2-2. Or I think it
One,
might be 3-2.
1, 2, 2, 2,
Okay,
2,
fine.
2.
You know
Until
what it
somebody
is.
wins by 2. Here we go. Jamila putting the ball into play. Trying to brush it down along the wall. Blocked by Sullivan, who is back on her home table, at least for ball number 1 here, and she is able to take it away. So the key here, Mark, is you got to hold on your table. Again, hold individual balls on your table at this point. A single steal on the opponent's table can be hugely beneficial. Using the left hand here.
Oh.
And then almost knocked back into the goal by Sully. Jamila eventually does end up with it on the 5.
Jamila, with all her poise and composure, is not hitting the ball with the same, well, the 5 bar looks great. See, she's not hitting the ball with the same impact, the same ferocity, even though she was showing that poise. We're going to see her get back into the execution.
Gets it through with that high brush. Will now set it up, looking to strike first here in game number 5, and she does. So she steals the first one on Tornado. Now we head over to her home table, the Leonhardt, for 2. So conceivably, if she holds, we could head back to Tornado with her leading 3-0, which means Sully needs to steal at least 1, and she's going to attempt to do that right here.
Oh,
Quick push shot, sent on goal with a 5. Off the inside wall towards the goal, then back the other way, sent pinched up the table at an angle off that 2 row by Sully.
Let's see if Jamila looks for that short. Oh, she went for the bank. Is she going to go for that short? The ball control.
Both
Short.
ladies seem to be playing a little up-tempo. And the turnover here, grabbed by Sullivan, and slams it home.
So fiery.
It's
Going
1-1.
to the recoil. The recoil.
Jamila steals one on the Tornadoes. Sully comes right back to steal one on Leonhardt. And really, that's all you want to do. Now it's all gravy for Sully if she gets this one. You want to come back and at least keep it even, which she has done. Jamila, who has shot it very well, especially on her home table, finds that hole down the middle to make it 2-1. She rocks it and then finds that tight hole down the middle.
Just 2 points here, right?
So we're back on serve, so to speak, as Sully now returns to her home table for 2 balls. That one angled up the table, and the rebound picked up on the 5 by Jamila. Jamila, whose 5 has been very good on both tables, but the steal here by Sullivan. She'll set it up, looking to tie it up here in this 5th game, but that one knocked down and taken away by Jamila.
You know, hindsight's always 20/20. She's been shooting some 1-second like pool moving pushes, but I don't know if some of these are got to be rethought.
You got to pick and choose the times for that. You got to set it up. You got to take your time in order to make those work. Jamila can't connect on that 2 to the 5 effort. Picked up on the 5 row of Sully, who quickly goes along that wall. Boy, she executes that pass beautifully. Sets it up, strokes it home. It's 2-2.
She's crushing that ball right now. Look, that was dead bar, or pretty damn close.
She beat her to the punch to that far side to make it 2-2. We're on Sullivan's home table. She's trying to hold. Remember, it's win by 2. No ceiling. Just win by 2.
Big lag issues here.
It's taken away here by Rue. And she'll call timeout.
Do they still get 2 timeouts? They get more than 2 timeouts when they go to this.
I think it's just 2.
Okay.
Yeah. You see Jamila to that near side. With such a smooth release on that shot, but Sully with power and a recoil. And a look to the heavens.
Yeah. Kaboom. The boomstick with the recoil and rod throwing.
Sullivan Rue will put the ball back into play and look to get both on the tornado table, and she does.
Just straight.
So Sullivan Rue holds on her home table. She's up 3-2 as we'll now move back over to Leonhardt here in this 5th game.
And it's to 5, but if 4-4, it's win by 2. For no limit, no ceiling.
It's win by 2, basically from now on.
Yeah.
Jamila. Try to go along the wall, blocked by Sully.
Just trying to beat you down with that wall pass.
Really just A or B for her, and then it comes down to timing, pace, but that one blocked by Rue, who's got a pretty good defensive read on her 5 right now. You got to watch out here. She loves that little short side, has options off of that as well.
A pass, a short side, and a bank on both sides. There it is.
That one squibbed off that outside wall, picked up here by Rue, who angles that one
Ooh.
up the table, is able to grab it off that back wall.
Is she feeling it?
Rue sets it up, strokes it home.
It's match ball.
Championship point
Championship points.
for Sullivan Rue. And she has now stolen one on Jamila's home table. So we will be heading back over to Tornado with Sully leading, or we're going to end it right here on this ball. Jamila, who has played a great match. Make that one off the inside wall, and it's going to land on the 3 row of Sullivan Rue with a chance to win it. And she does!
Wow.
She brings it across, slams it home, and wins the 2025 ITSF Gold Finals Women's Singles Championship. Sullivan Rue of the United States has held on for a while there. She was down 2-1. It was looking like the German Jamila Nader was going to work her way towards victory, but instead Rue able to turn things around on the Germans' home table. And in that 5th game, steal a couple of them on the Leonhardt table en route to a victory and a €5,000 first place prize.
I'm at a loss for words, man. So good. So amazing. What a way to come back. So awesome. He's got don't go back and
but let's not forget about the greatness of her opponent as well. A player to really keep an eye on, Jamila Nader of Germany, who is obviously an outstanding player and is going to win many championships in her career as well.
He just met up with the juggernaut that Sully can be when she gets on a roll, and she started crushing her 3-bar. Recomposed. I think Jamila, with all her poise, stopped executing with like with force.
Love the steady cam. Look at
Yeah,
that.
very cool, man. But wow, that was
What
an
a match.
awesome match.
All right, still got the men's final coming up here in a little bit. It's going to be Johan Siko versus Tommy Yor in that men's final. First place in that, Mark?
5,000.
Is it 5?
Gold ingots.
Gold ingots. We're at ingots now. And we'll be back in just a little while.
putain, franchement, là, je kiffe. Je suis arrivé, je kiffe. Je suis arrivé en l'air évident, c'est ça. Donc, ça va pas s'arrêter là.
Ah bah non, il y a pas intérêt. Kiffe jusqu'au bout, tu auras ton match.
Yes, merci.
N'hésite pas pour le niveau.
Ouais, ouais, je regarde.
You want the flip? Point.
You don't have a leg lead?
Do that first so we know. Number. Okay.
Which side?
So now I choose. So I choose. What's up?
I wish you a very good match.
Oh, thanks.
So I choose that side. So now we start here. Good.
Okay.
We start here. And then now we flip for who has ball here.
Yeah.
Number again.
You take the ball.
I have two new balls. Two new balls here.
Okay.
Shoots here.
going down there.
After the corner.
Be right back. I don't think it is. I think a little bit on this feet and then it's okay. If I can still shoot a push kick. Well, it's fast.
And Jim Stevens along with Brad Anderson back with you here at the 2025 Tornado World Series in Dallas, Texas. And Brad, we got a good one upcoming here. It is the men's gold final, $5,000 in actual gold.
Cha-ching.
For first place. And we get a chance to see the great American player, Tommy Orr, going up against a young French player, Johan Sicot, in this multi-table format, Tornado versus Bonzini. And Brad, it kind of brings back a memory of 2006 when you and I were at the very first World Cup ever held in Hamburg, Germany. And that Saturday night,
Oh, my.
USA versus France, just like this match here. About a 4-hour-long match. Brad and I spent most of it on our feet. Although I do remember at some point during the match you actually had to take a break.
Well, as I said, I took a break because that's why I have to go because I have to go.
Yeah. But still, to this day, maybe the greatest match in the history of foosball.
And it's so rewatchable. Yeah. I mean, even though we were there, and we watched it several times since, but it's still
extraordinary.
do you get nervous watching it even now? It's just like
the vibe that night. Speaking of the devil, look who's just walked into the room in his brown uniform, Mr. Ezekiel Iceman Moore, who was also there.
Get him up here to push some buttons.
Come on up and push some buttons. So this should be an interesting one. Of course, Tommy Orr, we all know what he can do on the Tornado table and as a multi-table player just in general. First chance to really see Johan Sicot, although we did watch him earlier in the semifinals to beat Tony Spredeman.
Yeah, he's a very, very good player. I'm curious to see. I think this is my first opportunity to see Tommy Orr play on a Bonzini.
No, that's true. But, if you know Tommy Orr, you know he has worked hard on all the individual tables, knowing that he was coming into a multi-table format. Of course, he has competed internationally, both with the United States junior team and, of course, with the World Cup team as well. And truly one of the great Tornado players, probably in the history of the game already. I think we can say that. Just an extraordinary player. It's going to be tough for Johan to compete with him on Tornado. But also, Johan Sicot really good on the Bonzini table. So
well, he held his own against Tony.
Yes, he did.
On the Tornado.
Yeah, in fact, scored 2 in that 5th game, which really was the difference. When you steal a ball, as you know, in that 5th game on the opponent's table, it can mean all the difference.
Each player is hoping they don't get to that point, but
yeah, that's right.
This is going to be fun. I've been away for so long.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Too close. There we go. How about that?
Been a while. Of course, Brad Anderson and I with Inside Foos. I think Brad worked more matches with me than anyone ever. We're going to start this match on the Bonzini table. We'll go 1 game on Bonzini, 1 game on Tornado, back over to Bonzini for game 3. 4th game will be on Tornado, and then that 5th game, if we get to it, will be both tables, which I think is still one of the great things in foosball is this multi-table format, especially in that 5th game. Here we go. Using the left hand, setting it up the table on goal is Sicot.
And watch for that. He's a very, very good shooter with his left hand.
And on this table in particular, that is a big advantage because when you kind of try to put the 5 and the 3 row up to be able to shoot the ball, they don't tend to stay up. And so it's always good to be able to use that left hand while holding up one of those rods, if not both of them.
Well, he'll hold the 5 rod up.
There it is, up the table and in.
And make room for the shot.
Left hand to the corner.
And in fact, if it hits the opponent's 5 bar, you get a rebound. He's ready to fire again from the 5.
So in this format, Brad, the primary thing you need to do is hold on your table. I mean, really, if Tommy doesn't win on the Bonzini table, you're really not going to feel too bad about it. That's fine. It's what's supposed to happen as long as I then hold on my table. And then in that 5th game, which is really what you kind of want to get to, then it's just a matter of stealing a ball on the opponent's table.
And a lot of times it comes down to basically a couple of possessions.
And there's Tommy.
You're holding on your table, and the opponent's holding on their table. It's going to come down to a steal of a point or 2 on the opponent's table.
Yeah. Tommy Orr has evened it up on the Bonzini table here in game number 1. Sicot will now set it up. Obviously a pin shooter.
And again, shooting the traditional front pin.
Picked up here by Tommy, who's got a chance to give himself the lead here in this opening game. Franco Lupacella, the head official for this one. And Tommy now up 2-1 here in game 1. Where's Tommy? The favorite, the fan favorite, and he's able to knock that one in with a 5. This does not surprise me. We know what a great player Tommy Orr is, what a great multi-table player he has become. And he is deadly on tornadoes, so Johan really needs to win this game on his table. And he is able to cut the lead to 1. It's now 3-2.
And I know as Tommy was kind of rising in the ranks here, I remember a couple of times in a big match, in fact, like when he and Brandon Moreland won doubles at Worlds a couple 3 years ago.
Yeah.
There was a point in the match where they started to run into a little bit of adversity, and all of a sudden Tommy showed the maturity and kind of got past that and got back to his game, and then they won. So the maturity level of this young man is
it continues to grow.
Yep.
No doubt. It helps when your dad is Tom Orr, of course, one of the great players ever, and a man known for really controlling his emotions and being able to perform on big balls. Johan with a shot attempt here, blocked and taken away by Tommy, who leads 3-2 here in game number 1 on the Bonzini. Best 3 games out of 5. Winner of this match wins 5,000 euro. Again with the left hand. Boys, he is really good with that left hand. Tommy Orr again from the 3-rod, able to find that near side. And if you're going to post him up, you're going to run into trouble, because on the Bonzini table, the dead man is not a dead man. There is plenty of hole left there around that so-called dead man.
It's only mostly dead.
Woohoo! Tommy Orr coming out with a strong opening game performance on the Bonzini table, up 4-2, stolen away here by Sequel. It's now 4-3. You hear the European contingent backing their man. But it's Orr who's up 4-3, looking very comfortable on the table so far. I, for one, I really enjoy the Bonzini table. I've had a chance to play at 2 different, actually 3 different, and another left hand from goal here from Sequel, who finds that hole down the middle. But I've had a chance to compete on the Bonzini table a couple of times at the Bonzini Worlds and really enjoyed playing on the table. When it's the only table you play on for the weekend, you find the little nuances and the little idiosyncrasies and the strengths and weaknesses of the table.
And you figure out your game, how your, whatever that might be, works on that table.
Hashtag world's fastest foosball shot.
Yeah.
Look it up, YouTube.
Yeah, that's up to 570-some thousand views.
Yeah.
Should have monetized
577,000 head shakers. Yeah. Here we go. 4-4 here in the first game. Brushed through the lane by Orr. Huge possession here for Tommy Orr, looking to steal game number 1. Tommy will regrip. No, quick shot far side. Went wide of the goal. Watch out here with the left hand. Johan Siko trying to pass it this time. Stolen away by Orr. Tommy again setting up the snake shot. Rocking, looking, trying to come near side. And off the corner, that's set in with a left hand. Tommy Orr with that left hand closes out game number 1. Tommy Orr has stolen this first game of this ITSF Gold Finals men's final. On the Bonzini table, he leads 1-0.
Big hustle point right there.
That's Tommy Orr for you.
Getting back to what we were talking about, again, back to the 2006 World Cup. And adjusting to a new table. That was when they were still using a cork ball.
That's right.
And it was super sticky. Yeah. And trying to watch guys shoot a pull shot or a
pin,
rollover.
Pin. Yeah.
And
stub. Yeah. They had to shoot push shots. That's what it was, right?
Somebody was shooting push shot. I don't remember who that was, but he ended up having to set the ball way forward underneath the rod. In fact, it was passed underneath.
And I think to some degree, with all 5 tables over the years, the evolution of the game has seen the homogenation to some degree of the tables.
Certainly much closer.
Yeah. to where now it is easier to play on
But
other
in fact,
tables.
a homogenation of the game itself, the players, their styles, there's
Yep.
a lot of difference for
There
the
was
most part
there
these
was no
days.
snake shots ever on the Bonzini table
No.
back in 2006.
Yeah.
Now you've got some great snake shooters who can do it on Bonzini as well. 1-0 lead for Tommy Yore in this men's final, ITSF Gold Finals. Sponsored by Filoro. Make sure we get them in there. And yes, it is 5,000 euro in gold.
In gold,
for the
actual
winner.
gold.
Gold, yeah.
Here we go.
Moving over to the tornado table, and Johan Siko really needs a win here.
He's a good tornado player, though.
Well, so many Euros are now, so it's something that was so alien to European players back 20 years ago, but now it has become familiar. There are lots of tornado tables in Europe at training centers, etc. And players have certainly adjusted to it and seen the value of it, seen the strengths of the tornado table. And in many cases, you'll find German players, French players, Dutch players saying that their favorite table is the tornado.
In fact, I think that the Germans have really taken to the tornado.
Yes, they have. Tommy finds that hole near side, a little bit of a rock to the far, and then watch this. Rocks one way and then back the other. Tommy Yore leading 1-0 here in game number 2. Nice pass along the wall by Siko. Every possession valuable for Johan. And he finds that hole near side. Watch this. A lot of extra movement. Very economical to that near corner. 1-1 here, and then sliding it into the goal with a 5 is Tommy Yore. That is a planned play. Watch the tic-tac, and that is a score for Yore to make it 2-1. Taken away by Tommy, who leads 1-0 after stealing that opening game on Siko's home table.
Almost got another one there.
You know, you look at players like Tommy Yore and Sullivan Rue, neither of whom have ever won the multi-table singles championship, but it seems like only a matter of time before either or both of them do, just because of their abilities, obviously the strength on their home table, but also their ability to play on the other 5 or other 4 tables. Here's Yore. That one taken away by Siko. Still 2-1 here in game 1. Yore is going to get possessions, not much doubt about that. A great 5-row. And Tommy finds that hole down the middle. What a gorgeous shot this is. You're looking for the power to the corners. Instead, it's the finesse right down the middle.
The patience, using all of his time.
3-1 lead for Yore, who is in control here in zone number 1 at the 2025 Tornado World Series. They're at the beautiful Westin Hotel in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Tommy. It's 4-1.
Huge.
Now watch this one. Let's see the replay as he worked it near side and then gently sent it down the middle. No replay here, but
take your word for it.
Again, great shot selection from Tommy Yore. Just brilliant. Doesn't feel the need to necessarily have to power it to a corner. He's going to give he's going to take what you give him. And he's up 4-1, up 1-0. It has been an overwhelming performance so far from Tommy Yore. Kept out with the left hand. You know, you think of Tommy as a kid, but this is a very mature player, a very experienced player, a very dominant player. He's up 2-0 just like that.
And he represents the evolution of the game. Again, we keep going back to those first meetings between all the international players. The way he moves the ball and hits, so like traditionally like a rollover, you're going to go one side, pull side, push side down the middle. And all of a sudden you're hitting like quarter holes and 3/4 holes and trying to moving that defense off where you want to shoot.
And I think some of that, we can credit the walking snake shot, which I think we basically credit Tony Spredeman with inventing. But what Tony did back 15, 20 years ago, and maybe it's even more than that, he took what Frederic Collignon was doing with a pin shot, that approach, and brought it to a snake shot. Yeah. So it really is a hybrid of that original snake shot to Terry Moore style.
And Billy Pappas was another one who really kind of pioneered that. Contrary to something like Terry Moore, who would sit stationary on the ball and bang to a corner.
Or
which
straight
is
down the middle.
Yeah.
But this is walking it, this is walking it, this is faking guys off holes, and it has really become quite the art form for players like Tommy York, Tony Spredeman, and a lot of European players.
A lot of other
players,
as well.
right. Yeah. So Johan Seco finding himself down 2-0, but a chance to get back into it as we return to his home table. He's been outscored 10-5 so far in this men's final.
Now, Tommy won the men's singles at this event last year, correct?
Yeah. Of course, we still have that, and that's going to be really intriguing to watch. That's going to be all Tornado, of course.
Yeah.
And as we get game number 3 underway, and Seco back on his home table, looking to get back in this match, and a great opportunity to do so. But Tommy's so smart defensively, stays home, makes the block, takes it away, sends it up the table with the left hand, where it's picked up by Johan.
You talk about playing defense. Sometimes the most effective thing is not to move.
That's right.
Knowing
when not
knowing
to move.
when to stop.
Yeah. Knowing when not to react. And Seco tried to take it out to the far side. And again, Tommy's so smart defensively, able to make the block and take it away. He'll use his left hand. Picked up on the 5 by Yor, who bounces it through. Boy, Tommy playing almost a perfect match so far. Yor. And that shot attempt blocked up into the air and off the table by Seco. 2-0 lead for Tommy.
And he looks calm.
Yeah, focused. I mean, this is quite simply, obviously, one of the very best players in the world in Tommy Yor. Little fake up, rush down. He looks so comfortable on the Bonzini.
Yeah.
He is actually outplaying Seco on his home table. He's up 1-0 here in the third. As he takes his time after that beautiful pass and then simply fires it home far side. Seco needs to go to work.
He's finding ways to score, even though he's not really capable. The ability to play his regular game, but he's still finding other ways to score. And once you get on his 3-rod, it really doesn't make a lot of difference.
He's making all the right adjustments to the different table. You saw Seco tie it up in 1 here in game number 3. 3 ball so important for Johan. You can't hold on to that one. It does pick it up on the 5.
That was weird.
Interesting. I'm going to give him a little credit for intentionality on that one. Picks it up, quick shot near side. Not going to get that one through Tommy.
No. Tommy Yor's just putting up a brick wall back there. He's not giving him anything.
No. Well, it helps when your hands may be the quickest of any player in the world, and Tommy Yor's hands are incredibly quick. And again, he's there defensively. Just doesn't look like there's anything there.
Well, he's not using a whole lot of movement. Certainly nothing big. Just very small, subtle movements. And again, knowing when to stop, when to.
Stolen away here by Yor. He was able to pick it up, set it up. And he's back on top with that one. Squeezing this, I believe, down the middle. Let's have a look. Yep, just behind.
He's continued to work the center of the goal.
So smart. 2-1 lead for Yor. Almost with a steal. Tommy's so focused and confident right now.
And Seco's just getting out hustled.
Pick up off the back wall by Johan. Seco will set it up. And again, there's Tommy with the block.
Something different there.
Yeah, showed him something, then showed him something different. And again.
See, he's trying to cut that through the middle.
But it's not there. Even
and
if
it's just not there, no.
Set up with the left hand wide of the goal. Seco there to grab it on the 3-rod. Another chance here. And he's got to put one of these home. He needs to get back into this game on his home table, and he does. Convert here.
Yeah, rollover.
Rattled that one off both corners and in to make it 2-2. Back comes Tommy with that quick wall pass. Yor to the near side as he responds. There's no stopping this great player out of Florida. What an impressive performance from Yor. Zico trying to at least extend the match to a fourth game. Hit it back over to Tornado, but Tommy can't keep that one out. Watch this. It's the shot attempt hit off the man, straight up in the air and over the rod and in. It's 3-3. A break there for Johan Zico. He'll take it as he tries to stay alive in this men's final, trailing 2-0, and you see him shaking his head. Quite a difference in mannerisms right now. You look at the man on the left, looking confident, looking focused, looking at what he needs to do next. Maybe a little bit of lack of confidence on the right. Not used to losing to an American on a Bonzini table.
And Tommy Yor knows he's going back to Tornado after this game.
Yeah. Yeah, this is all gravy right here. He does not need to win this game, and that takes all the pressure. But it doesn't matter. He's taking it ball by ball, and a chance now to move within one of victory for Tommy Yor. Yor slowly walking it, looking, and trying to bring it back to that far side. Blocked by Zico. Rebound up the table. Picked up on the 5 by Zico. Tommy can't keep it out. And Johan with a chance for the lead right here.
He's gone to shooting a rollover now, as opposed to just the standard front pin.
Nice to have options. Another chance here. That shot attempt, quick shot attempt, hit off the corner, up into the air and off the table. It remains 3-3 here in the third. It's been all Tommy Yor so far. He's up 2-0 in this men's final. That one angled up the table towards the goal, kept out by Zico. For Johan, it's just a matter of playing your game, staying within yourself. Right. Just do the things that are your strengths, the things that have made you a very successful Bonzini player, and he does find the back of the goal here to the far side. 4-3 lead. That one angled on goal. And again, as you said, Brad, he has the luxury of knowing he's going back to a table where he is one of the 2 or 3 best players in the world if he loses this particular game. That shot attempt wide.
This is reminding me a little bit of Sullivan Roos' final match earlier, where she was dominating for her first 2 games and then kind of let down just a little bit. Her opponent
championship point for Tommy Yor. He ties it up at 4 on the Bonzini table here in game number 3. What a performance by Yor. Let's see if he can win it here. That one set towards the goal, right off the post.
He's not going to wait.
And take it away here with a chance to win it, Tommy Yor.
Timeout? Yep.
We'll call time out. Tommy Yor of the United States looking to join Sullivan Rue of the USA as singles champions here, the 2025 Tornado World Series, the gold finals, the ITSF gold finals.
And potentially taking right 2 games on the Bonzini.
Tommy Yor strokes it home near side, and there it is. Tommy Yor of the USA has defeated Johan Zico of France in 3 straight games to win the 2025 men's singles gold final. And as you said, Brad Anderson, 2 of the 3 games came on the Bonzini table. What a performance. What a player. Congratulated by his dad, the great Tom Yor. There's Tony Spredeman. There's Terry Rue. Brandon Munoz. All the congratulations for this great player. And the girlfriend. Tommy Yor, again, showing you why, in many people's opinion, right now he is as good as anybody in the world, and showing you that he can win multi-table. He wins 2 of the 3 games on Bonzini, a player who is already the defending champ here on the Tornado table. We'll get a chance to watch him in the men's singles competition this weekend. But it's Tommy Yor in the year 2025 who is the gold finals champion.